This one is outside the off stump, left alone. Some encouragement coming from his teammates, Guyana teammates.
I think he was actually top scorer as well in yesterday's encounter. So I was a bit of hoping that he can transfer that form into today's proceedings and get the Guyana team here off to a confident start. A confident start is always critical to any team success, especially in the shorter form of the game.
So just on around that off stump line, Edward has been maybe looking to get one to nip to swing the ball. Also probably the red ball and the right ball. The white ball doesn't swing for long. So it's important that they're on target in the first 3 overs. So on a short now is 1 for none. So it opens the account for the Guyana team with that extra.
It's a change of a length there from Nathan Edward. So far he has been back of a length, just on and about the off stump. But on that occasion, trying to test the middle of the wicket and ended up being a wide.
Yeah, I think since it was supposed to be the last ball, he was just trying to come out. This one is punched through the offside. Should have time for at least 2. And so Rampatab Ramnath, he's now off the mark. He's now on 2 runs. At the end of the over, the Guyana under-19 team, they are 3 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good looking shot there from Rampatab to coming on to the bat. We saw that evidence of that yesterday. And so far, still looking a very good wicket here this morning.
And it will be Cordell Crook. Actually, no, it will be Michael Palmer. The big man, Michael Palmer. All rounder, he bats in the top order and opens the bowling. So, very good prospect. Yeah, Palmer. Crook is actually come up into the circle for Rampasad Ramnath. And the backward square leg is now back on the boundary. It's not deep backward square leg. So the fine leg and the deep backward square leg are the 2 are out as Palmer comes in for his first delivery. Nice looking shot there from the youngster. Not much of him, a very small lad, but seems to have some good timing based on what we just saw from that first delivery.
It's a bit shorter than his brother you mentioned. And a good start from him, getting that ball out of the middle of the bat is always good, and it's always important for you to feel something out of the middle earlier as an opening batsman.
It's on a shorter, but it's a wide delivery. Wouldn't take much to bowl a wide to Rampasad Ramnath. It doesn't seem to be that much over 5 feet in height, so he's a short lad.
Palmer there looking to once again test the middle of the wicket. Misdirected on that occasion. Sailed over the head of the earlier in the piece. 4 without loss.
This one is shorter. It's nicely behind it. Plays it out to the man at extra cover. Does seem to have some time, the young lad.
Just into the second over, and must be said looks to be a pretty easy pace wicket so far.
This one is looking for the expansive drive through the offside, beat outside the off stump. That's a good delivery there from Palmer. Changing his length up, he usually lives around the middle of the pitch, but on that occasion just went a bit fuller.
Yes, got a bit of movement as well. I think the wind will assist him in getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. So both bowlers bowling at the correct hands with captaincy here, Nathan Edward getting the ball to move away from the left-hander with the wind, and Michael Palmer doing the same in terms of the right-hander.
This one is a top edge. And it's dropped short of the man at square leg, really. Gone all the way for 4. I think he really picked that up late and he could have gotten there in the end. But it's 4 runs to Prasad Ramnath. Opens his account.
Yeah, it's not the best of efforts there in the field. I think it's Devanand Singh. Yes, Devanand Singh there on the deep square leg boundary. The field was set for that type of delivery. There was Ram Prasad looking to pull that one. And in the end, getting a top edge and evading the man there out on the deep square leg boundary for his first boundary. The first for Guyana as well. They're 8 without loss.
So when he leaves it outside the off stump, very still this so far. Bit more windy yesterday, especially before the showers came in. So every time the showers were looming, that 10 or 15 minutes before that was always quite windy. This time he's looking for the drive, loud appeal, and he's given. He's out caught behind, so disappointment there from the youngster. Looking at his bat now, was looking for the drive through the offside. Early in the over, he attempted the same shot, was beaten outside the off stump. On this occasion, thin edge through to the keeper, and that's the end of the youngster. Ram Prasad Ram.
Similar delivery earlier on in the over, he had a slash to it and didn't make any sort of connection. But on this occasion, the umpire judging that he would have had an edge, a slight edge. Not the most confident appeal by the Leeward Island fielders, but in the end, they lose their first wicket here. Guyana under some pressure early here in this encounter. They're 8.
It's the end of over number 2. Going at a run rate of 4 and over, but importantly for the Leewards, they have taken an early wicket. We saw both teams yesterday getting off to quite quick starts because they had the openers going for a bit of time. The scoring rate is quite quick against the Pacers on this wicket.
Yes, and that's something we alluded to earlier in terms of yesterday's game where put together that big innings for the Guyana team. There's no better time to do so than now.
Yes, he would be disappointed with his output. I think several of the West Indies under 19 bowlers have generally put their hand up in the tournament, but the batsmen, they have left a lot of runs out on the pitch.
It's also ground that he knows very well. A couple of years ago, scored a century here, a brilliant century for Guyana. I think against Barbados.
So aircraft passing just to our east, Caribbean Airlines. This one is punching the gap. Should have time for at least one. Yes, that's all they will be. Brings Dindial now on strike for what will be his first delivery of this innings.
Yes, Ramnath looking very good so far. He's been very selective in terms of deliveries. And those deliveries off the back foot. Not really looking for a boundary, but just getting that ball into the gap and getting a couple of runs on occasions. So it's a very good start from him. And he'll be hoping that he can really put up a big one here today for the Guyana team.
Is in the circle. This one, he flicks it nicely into the gap. Should be cut off by the fielder, but there's enough time for gets him off the mark.
Yes, a good delivery to get off the mark really on the line of the middle and next stump, coming back in from Nathan Edward. And there was Dindial just working it nicely past the man, the umpire there, and getting 2 easy runs in the end.
Driving gorgeously is Dindial. Not a man moved in the covers, and that is an exquisite shot there.
Yes, a brilliant shot there from Dindial, just coming on to the front foot, given a bit of room outside the off stump there by Nathan Edward, and really just caressed it through the covers. It's 15 for the loss of 1, sorry.
So Edwards again, I think, looking for that swing as he looks for Oli. But so far there hasn't been much on offer for him. So I think that he'll have to pull his length back slightly as he continues from here on. But really a splendid shot there from Dindial. And Palmer will continue. to Palmer for first time. This one he plays it down to the man at squarish fine leg. So the score should be 16 for 1 at this time. Have some adjustment to that. But beaten outside the off stump again. I think when
yes, and it was really not that full really. It was a good length delivery as Dindial getting a bit carried away with his previous exploits from the other end where he was able to caress that cover drive through the covers. But on this occasion, a loose shot outside the off stump really, given the fact that we have seen Palmer being able to get these deliveries to move away from the right-hander.
Driving at it, but again, comes off the edge down to the man at third man. They have time for one comfortably. But it's a shot that, I think Palmer is really just dangling the carrot out there for them because he knows that he's getting that away movement. And it really is a dangerous shot for those right-handers.
Yes, this time.
But beating him outside the off stump. And that's the end of the over. After 4 overs, it's 18 for 1, Guyana under 19.
Yes, an eventful over there from Palmer, going past the outside edge on a couple of occasions and getting the outside edge of Dindial as well on an occasion. And not a bad start here from Guyana, scoring rate of 4.5. They've been disappointed to lose that early wicket, but they'll be looking to rebuild between these two to have the more experienced players in this outfit. From a Leeward Islands perspective, that early wicket would have really built their confidence. And they'll be hoping they can make further inroads into this Guyana batting unit, especially here in the power play.
From the second slip region. This one is flicked off the pads. Lovely shot. Will challenge the boundary. Gets there just about now. Does it know? Seem to be good feeling there by the man there at the mid-wicket region. They have time for 2.
Part of the ground. Delivery played off his pads there, Ramnat. And as you mentioned, not running as quickly as perhaps they should. In the end, getting 2 runs. The total moves up to 20 for 1.
So when he flicks it, but straight to the man at forward square. It's a shot that he seems to be strong playing. We saw it from him in the 2-day version, and again we're seeing it here today. Just a little mid-pitch chat between both batsmen.
Well, Edward so far just finding it difficult to adjust to the right and left hand combination. Use the wind as we mentioned, although it's not as pronounced the wind today as it was yesterday.
So another change in the field. That mid-wicket era has been plugged. So the man will move from short extra cover to short mid-wicket after those 2 deliveries. So maybe a bit of ball following here as opposed to getting him to adjust his line more to the off stump. So one played it down to the man at fine leg. So it's an area that he has been quite productive in today.
In his stroke play. Hasn't looked to overhit the ball. I think that's the most admirable thing about his innings so far. Hasn't looked to hit the cover of the ball, as they would say. Just walking the ball nicely into the gaps.
Like that,
full toss really. Could have hit it anywhere in the air. It chose to stroke it through the covers and once again getting a boundary for his efforts. So not the best of starts here by Nathan Edward into his...
He seems to be quite strong on the drive, and if he continues to over pitch those deliveries, he'll be put under more pressure. pulls the length back just a little bit, and immediately has a dot delivery at the end of the over. It's 29 for 1. Guyana on the 19. They won.
Just getting into stride, really. 29 for 1. Guyana team having won the toss. I'm sure they'll be disappointed to have lost the early wicket. But these two at the crease, they know that they have in them a bit of experience, a bit of talent, a bit of class.
This one a bit shorter. And punches out to him at that point. But again, the ball seems to leave his bat quite nicely without much of an effort. So just time it well, Rampatab. This one is popped up on the onside. Oh, just falls short of the man there, Miller. So first time we have seen that length. When they played against Barbados, he was off to a fluent start after taking long to get off his mark in that third round of the two-day game and in the second innings, and then just trying to turn a short delivery on the onside was caught close in.
Yes, a bit of discomfort there for Ramnath to that particular length, and I'm sure Michael Palmer.
This one is full short delivery on that occasion, wide, signaled by the umpire.
It's not the quickest of wickets, but whenever you as a fast bowler, you bend your back, you tend to get a bit of response from the wicket. So far the ball going through at a reasonable height to wicket-keeper Joel Andrew. It's about the...
Yes, so he punches it to the offside again. Nice timing. Will not challenge the boundary on this occasion. Some hesitation, but should be an easy two in the end, and they complete it.
Man, standing tall and punching it nicely through the offside for 2 more runs. 7 runs from this over so far.
Call from his teammates, keep batting Rampy. The Rampatab Ramnath. So again, he punches it, but straight to the man at point. Mackenzie, who does the feeding. And the fans here and in the dressing room. This one is driven classily. Will challenge the boundary, but they will have to run the runs, I think. Yeah, they really should have gotten 3 runs on that occasion. I don't think they're running as aggressively as they should be. They're more just coasting through the middle, but it's really on to 38 for 1, Guyana under 19.
That's another good over there from the Guyana team. Getting a boundary earlier on in the over, and that is always going to put pressure on the bowler. A couple of twos as well, and as you mentioned, maybe not running as aggressive as they should be. A couple of occasions now of delivery going to the biggest side of the ground. They really should have been putting a bit more pressure on the fielders. Nevertheless, a good over from the Guyana team, up to 38 for 1. Scoring rate of above 6 runs per over.
On a slow delivery, it's straight to the man at mid-on. This one is left alone outside the off stump. Not as quick there from Edward, but chat there between the two batsmen just to confirm what is happening.
Nathan there giving the impression that one was closer than Dindial.
It is full of mind games. It's very important to be mentally strong and psychologically well balanced when you're playing cricket. This one is wide down the leg side. Looking to pull the length back. Quicker delivery as well from him. A very expensive third over from him. So far in this over, he's only conceded a wide.
So what we have seen is every time he's tried to change a length to a shorter length, he has really not found his radar. Some people say something hasn't been broken, don't try and fix it.
Drawing Dindial into a defensive shot, and that's the end of the over. It's 39 for 1 after 7. Guyana under 19 at the crease.
Yes, a very good comeback over there by Nathan Edward. Having been punished in his previous over, just conceding 1 run from that over. And Guyana team, they continue to recuperate. Keeper Joel Andrew off the bowling of Michael Palmer. Currently in operation.
This one's punched to the offside for 4 by Rampatab Ramnath. Lovely shot there from him.
Yes, it's a shot that we have seen from him in a couple of occasions now, but this one was timed to perfection. We mentioned that he seemed to be blessed with the gift of timing, and that was manifested in that shot. Just standing tall once again. It's just to mention, in 2 other games being played in this round, we have TNT versus Barbados that is being played at the Arnesville playing field, and Leeward Islands versus Jamaica that is being played at Cumberland. So you can tune into those streams on the Windies cricket page on YouTube for live coverage of those matches.
There's no run there. Straight to the man at short fine, Edward. It's a fairly solid start here. Captains are a little bit hamstrung in terms of using other types of bowlers other than the pacers in the first 10 or so because of the rules of this tournament. Well, half of that 40%, which is 10 overs or 20% of the overs, have to be bowled at the beginning of the game. So really there isn't much option, there aren't much options for the captains other than to have their pace bowlers operating in the first 10.
Yes, those are match conditions tailored.
Those conditions for the white ball game?
Yeah, to some extent. I think we spoke about it during the two-day format where we saw the spinners being the dominant force in those games. And we were saying that if we want to unearth new fast bowling options, then we need to have the fast bowlers bowling a bit more overs in those games. So the fact that we are specifying that fast bowlers bowl the first 10 overs or so and 40% of the total overs, I think it basically puts us in good stead in trying to get more fast bowling options around the region.
Well, for me, I don't
mention that we do have spinners who bowl in the power play, even at the highest level. We have the likes of Akil Hussain and these players who bowl in the power play. So it also developed the competency level of the spinner as well, to be able to bowl with a containing line or even as a wicket-taking option in the power play for the shorter version of the game.
Absolutely. It's a good length, solid delivery there from Palmer outside the off stump. Brings it over to an end. It's now 44 for 1, Guyana under 19 after 8 overs.
Yes, this partnership continues to develop at a reasonable pace. Ramnath and Dindial both showing glimpses of their talent, of their class. Rampasar timing of them complementing each other very well. And Guyana will be hoping that this partnership can actually build and contribute to something substantial that could ensure that they put up a competitive total there, having won the toss and electing to bat this morning.
So we're going to see our first bowling change of the morning. Nathan and actually Matthew Miller is going to bowl. Yes, Matthew Miller replacing Nathan Edward. Saw a bit of him in the two-day competition. This one is just pushed in the covers by Ramnath. Good feeling there, but very good running, aggressive running on that occasion from Dindial, the skipper, going to the danger end and completing 2 easy runs.
Yes, a very good start to the over there from Ramnath. Just coming forward again and just caressing it really. We mentioned he hasn't really played a shot in anger so far. So far he has been prepared to just time. Well, it's the first I'm seeing Miller. I'm not too sure if he would have been a part of the squad in last year's tournament. As you mentioned, interesting bowling action. Not a lot in his run-up.
Yeah, we have seen him with the bat in the tournament earlier. Has the ability to bat as well, so a bit of an all-rounder. Not too sure whether he's more of a bowling all-rounder or a batting all-rounder, but does have those all-round capabilities.
And it's something we spoke about in the previous two-day format when we were on air, in terms of having an abundance of these type of players. Seem to be able to produce these players at will, in terms of having seam bowling options, but at the same time they can actually contribute the bat lower down the order.
Well, as you look at the West Indies cricket in recent years, some of our more noted players have been in that mold. So I think that when you look at these young men, these would be some of their heroes that they have looked at growing up. And it's no surprise that you are seeing Singh and Munal Singh and all the other names that end with Singh. So for East Indian origin, Indian subcontinent era. The Khan last name as well. Which is of a name that comes from that pattern era. Stone continues to ramp it up. Ramnath. This one leaves it to pass outside the off stump. First time I'm seeing Tong bowl. I didn't see him in the two-day format. Only did one game for Leeward Islands. He didn't play in that fixture. Not a lot of pace. Seems to be an athletic young man. Full delivery. On or around that off stump or fourth stump area, which is good from him.
That's a reasonable start there from Tong. Mentioned he doesn't have the terror pace that perhaps Isaiah Thorne has, but so far has exhibited reasonable control.
This time again, a little bit straight on that occasion, but another dot delivery. So he's doing the role I think that he have brought him on to do, which is to be just consistent thereabouts. Ask the batsmen to really do something out of the ordinary if they want to score.
Partnership of 39 so far between these two. 39 from 47 deliveries. So come at a relatively good pace as well, considering that they would have lost that wicket earlier on in the piece.
This time he whips it to the onside, but should go straight to the man at deep square leg. Who does the feeling now? Keeps it down to 1. And that's the end of the first 10 overs. It's 48 for 1, Guyana under 19 after winning the toss and electing to bat.
Yes, a reasonable start there from Tong. Mentioned, I haven't seen a lot of him before, but just working his way into his spell. A 1 run conceded from that over. In Guyana, in the last couple of overs, they have really slowed down to some extent. For a period of time there, they were a bit more fluent, but that will no worry these two. At least they're there. Still a lot of overs to go. 50 over tournament. Still have 40 overs to go. And they'll be looking to bat the majority of these 40 overs. And I'm sure if they do, then Guyana will be able to place a relatively competitive total here this morning.
Yeah, and these two are the two most experienced batsmen in the team at this level. So they have a lot riding on their shoulders in terms of the success of their team. And I think the Leeward Islands, they are very cognizant of that. And they would want to get this partnership broken as soon as possible. Based on the field set, doesn't seem that there's an obvious plan as to how to do so. Miller continues So these two, they are not fast by any means, but so far they seem to be quite consistent bowlers, Miller and Tong. There's a man out at deep square leg along with the fine leg, so I don't know if you'll be challenging Ramlar to take on the short delivery at some point. At the moment, we haven't seen much pace from Miller. This one is a good delivery, but well played by Ramnat. Just wide of mid-off for a single. It was a Yorker length delivery.
We spoke about taking on the short delivery. So far, he has been relatively reluctant, Ramnat, to take on a short delivery. We saw a delivery from Palmer. Really had him in a bit of difficulties, but he fended it out to a short mid-wicket region. And thankfully for him, didn't go all the way to the man there at mid-wicket. But it's a length that he hasn't really been totally inclined to attack so far.
That one is off the pad. Goes to the boundary now for 4. Just waiting for the signal from the umpire. It actually seems that he has gotten some bat on it. So Mavendra Dindial moves on to 19 with that boundary, 19 of 19 deliveries.
Yes, a bit of misdirection there on the part of Miller. Maybe not adjusting totally to the right hand, left hand combination. And Dindial just coming into the line and playing a lovely leg hands. I'm down to the fine leg boundary for 4. The fine leg was quite square, so really had no chance on that occasion. And the scoreboard ticks over to 53. So 50 up for the Guyana team into the 11th over.
This one will go for another boundary. Yes, beats the man there, Palmer. Valiant attempt by him. So it's another boundary. Almost an action replay there on that delivery.
Well, you call it, Alonso, almost an action replay. I think the only difference is the fielder there on the fine leg boundary. He was a bit finer this time around and actually made an effort to stop that one, but not making it in the end. Another boundary there for Mavendra Dindial. Score moves on to 57 for 1.
Yeah, just losing his line a little bit. I wonder if now the breeze, which has actually just picked up slightly, is affecting Miller, because it will get him to bring the ball back into the right hander. Better line and length from him on that occasion, drawing Dindial forward.
Dindial, one of those players we mentioned, always looks in control at the start of the innings. Similar to Joshua Dorman, spoke about him yesterday. Always looking in control. Has a lot of time to play shots as well. But as we mentioned before, just hasn't had the output that he himself would have been earmarked for at the beginning of this tournament.
So that's the end of over number 11. It's 57 for 1 here. Guyana on the 19 against the Leeward Islands on 19. I think they will take a drinks break at this point, and we will take a short break as well with that.
encounter here today between the Guyana under 19 team and the Leeward Islands. This morning, Guyana, they won the toss, selected to bat first. And so far, they've made a reasonable start on 57 for 1 into the 11th over. Your assessment of proceedings so far?
In the tournament up to this point with the start that they have had. But we have seen very good starts from teams in the tournament, and then they have faded away with time. So they need to be aware of that and ensure that they put a long partnership together. Leewards, on the other hand, they would want to get some early wickets. And they have not necessarily gotten away from them as we saw yesterday in some of the power plays, which were really rapid at the Park Hill playing field. So they would know that when the spinners come on as well, that the wicket tends to favor the spinners. Although the Guyanese batsmen will be better at playing the spin than some of the other teams.
Yes, that delivery, that last delivery, once again short outside 58 for 1. The second round of fixtures here in this 50 over format. This one is short of a length, and Dindial on his toes, not as tall as Ramnath. Yesterday, Guyana they won versus Jamaica in a really closely fought contest, and the Leeward Islands they succumbed to the Trinidad and Tobago, chasing a paltry total of 108 at the CWI playing field. They folded for 78. So both teams coming into this contest on the back of difference, as this one is just evading the man there. Is it Michael Palmer? Just evading him there at mid-wicket. It was a short delivery. Maybe not coming on to the batters as quickly as Dindial was hoping, but mistimed it. And thankfully for him and the Guyana team, just evading the man there at mid-wicket.
Yes, it came right off the toe of the bat, the toe end of the bat. So really didn't have any power, but luckily enough it was for him. There's quite a big drop-off on the side of the pitch, especially on that side. So it was too high for Palmer to reach it.
Once again, a short of a length delivery. And Ramnath, you see him there, shadow playing that pull shot. We haven't seen a pull shot from him so far. Just looking to ride those deliveries.
Well, if Leewards are going to use that ploy to bowl a bit shorter to these two batsmen, then they really need to have somebody closer, just around square or behind square on the on side, for that ball that pops off the glove, whether it's a short leg or maybe a very shortish square leg or leg gully or some sort of feeler in that mold.
Tongue. 2 overs for 3 runs so far, so it's been very economical in his start. And at the end of 12 overs, Guyana, they're cruising along to some extent at 59 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, 59 for 1. They were going at about just over 6 runs and over a little bit earlier. The scoring rate has slowed down just a little bit. They're now below 5 runs and over. But what is crucial for the Guyana team is that they have only lost 1 wicket. So the Leeward Islands team, they really need to ensure that they break this partnership that has blossomed so far. And these are, as we mentioned before, are the 2 most experienced batsmen in the team. So it's a very important partnership.
It's a start of a new over and a bit of confusion here between these two. We mentioned that their running between the wickets hasn't really been the highlight of this partnership, and on that occasion again for the evidence of that.
Yeah, I think looking at Ramnath in the previous games, he's quite a reluctant runner. He's not the fastest between the wickets.
There from Miller. I think we saw it from even here, side on. And rightfully the batter as well.
So are you saying that he actually slowed his action down?
Yes, I think that was the case on that occasion. 59 for 1. We'll get some scores from those other 2 games for you in a while. Just want to apologize for any lag in the feed, sorry. I'm sure technicians would sort that out as quickly as possible, as another single is taken. A slight chance of an overrun. Extra run, sorry. But in the end, opting against it, so 60 for 1.
60 for 1 after 12.3 overs. So they again that hesitation in the running. So it's something that Leewards can be thinking about and looking for as a means of dismissing this pair, because they have not been very confident between the sticks. Extremely slow delivery there from Miller. I think that one was almost a moon ball delivery. This one is punched to the man at mid-on. There's no run for Ramnath. But since the introduction of Miller and Tong, they have slowed down the scoring rate. Miller so far 2.4 overs, none for 13. Tong, he has bowled 2 overs, none for 3. That's the end of the over now. So 13 overs have gone. And it's 60 for 1 Guyana after they have chosen to bat first. Dindial is on 25 of 27. Ramnath just a little bit more subdued at 27 of 45. Slowed down considerably after starting up briskly in his innings.
Yes, and we saw a similar effort yesterday in the Leeward Islands innings where a player, Theo Edward, really got off to a rollicking start and really slowed down considerably. But that was at the expense of spin being introduced. On this occasion, we've seen only seamers so far. And Ramnath even not be put out by that. He's still there at the wicket. And Guyana will be hoping that this partnership will continue to flourish. A partnership of 52 runs so far. As we see Michaeli Tong and coming into his third over. Mentioned he's been quite miserly so far. Just on and about the off stump against both the left-hander and the right-hander.
Yeah, he has been able to make that adjustment, which some bowlers find difficult in terms of his line to the right and the left-hander. Has been really on all around that off stump or fourth stump area. And also on a very good length, not too full, not too short. Just around the top of the stumps in terms of his height, that it would pass the stumps. So he's doing a good job here so far for his team, Tong.
This one is punched down the ground into the gap, should be able to come back for a second, and once again running not really a lot to write home about really. Bit of ball watching there from Rampatard. That was easily 2 runs, but in the end all's well that ends well for the Guyana team. 2 more added to the total, 62 now for the loss of 1.
Yeah, really poor running in the end by Ramnath. As you said before, he looks to be a very reluctant runner. Some part of his game that he would have to work on, definitely.
This one is pulled away handsomely over square leg, all the way for 6, out of the ground. That's a very good shot there by Dindial. Picked up the length early, just swiveled on it, and timed it nicely over deep square leg for a massive 6.
Yes, that one, again we mentioned Tong, he's not a quick bowler, and so it's always a dangerous ploy to be bowling. Ramnath was into the inside the line of that quite early, helping it over square leg. It's a wonderful shot they executed by him.
Well, I tell you what, we spoke about timing, and that ball was well timed there by Dindial. And just to add that, maybe even the Jeep owner had very good timing as well, because that was right in his direction, but maybe just missing out by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, as soon as it came up around the same time, I was wondering if we would see any dents on the Jeep, because based on what we saw, he would have passed there just around that same time. So it may have narrowly missed him. It's one of the reasons why, although there's a road on that side, that no one really parks there.
I've seen a couple of huge sixes here.
One over that wide long on area with a pickup shot yesterday. I think that was that's if you measure that, that would be over 100 meters. And we saw him also going over the mid-wicket region for a big six, not as big as the one that he eventually hit off of Franklin, the delivery before he was dismissed. So Franklin getting the last laugh in the end with a slow delivery, looking to repeat the shot, and he was caught mid-on.
Yes, but definitely a good wicket so far to bat on. We have seen the ball come on nicely to the bat. A bit of pace, a bit of movement all around for the opening bowlers, Michael Palmer got the ball to move away from the right-hander and the ball very well, and they'll be quite pleased to stay there in the middle and actually build a partnership or continue to build on this partnership for the Guyana team.
So we have a replacement ball. Dindial losing that one over the backward square leg region.
So it's Michaeli Tong again. He'll be looking to make things right following that huge hit over mid-wicket. This one is on the line of the leg stump, and there's definitely no run there. Straight to the man there, Michael Palmer. So there's a man at third man, there's a man at deep extra cover, there's a man at deep square leg, deep mid-wicket as well. So plenty of boundary riders. And in the circle we have the mid-on and the mid-off up. There's a man at cover, point, and a short mid-wicket. So plenty of gaps really for these two to walk the ball and get singles and accumulate the total. This one is getting the inner portion of the bat. Should get close to the boundary. I think it will. Outfield looking in reasonable shape today. And another boundary to Dindial. Not in the area one.
Yeah, that one was coming off the inside edge. He's looking to drive this one on to the offside, but some movement there defeating him on the inside edge and going down to the boundary for 4. So it would have caused him some moments of anxiety as he probably was listening to hear the death rattler behind him with that inside edge. But all is well for Guyana, that ends well, and for Dindial. A bit of disappointment there for Tong. After conceding that 6 early in the over, he would have been over the moon to have gotten the wicket of the Guyanese skipper Dindial, who has looked quite purposeful, I would say, in his innings up to this point.
Yes, I think his intent from ball one has been top-notch. Positive in his defense, walking the ball into the gaps, and of course got a couple of early boundaries as well. Once again, that slower ball defeating the batter to some extent, but in the end just walking it out to square leg region there, Ramnot for another single.
Yes, perhaps it was too slow in the end. I mean, it's almost a moon ball, so even if you have played a shot, you could come back and play another one because it's that slow. But it's something that he seems to be working on. There's much deception in it in terms of his action. It definitely slows down to bowl it. But so far he has bowled it online, and that's what is important.
He's actually tried it on a couple of occasions now. In fact, 3 times. And maybe deceiving the batter to some extent.
Yes, and what is important is his line, because he has gotten it on the stump. It causes them to have a double think about whether they want to attack it, because as long as they miss it, you know that's going to be the end for them.
There it was again, this time a better length.
Yeah, and that one slightly outside the off stump, so he was just pushing that one to the man at point. Yeah, the one that is on the wicket, once they miss it, it will either bowl them or get them leg before, because it's not going over the stump at that length. and with that pace that he's bowling it.
So we're into the 15th over here. Very good conditions for cricket here at the Park Hill playing field. Mentioned after completing the first innings yesterday, had very good weather. The start of the second innings, getting in 7 overs, and the rains came. That really curtailed the action for the day. But hopefully we will not have any repeat of that today. Sun is out in all its glory. Better forecast as well for today. So hopefully we'll have a full day's cricket. And we could see some good positive cricket by the youngsters. A good start by Guyana so far, 73 for 1. Into over number 15. A scoring rate of just over 4 runs per over. I think that's a good way to start. As long as you have wickets in hand, then you can always accelerate closer to the end. Current partnership 65 from 77, so it has come at a reasonable pace as well. Dindial driving again, just reaching for this one a bit, not timing it as well as his previous. And it's the end of another over there by Miller. And at the end of it, there's 73 for 1, Guyana.
Yeah, well, that one, and you could see on the screen, you have quite a few batsmen left to bat. See, Isai Thorn is listed to bat next. I think that is definitely an error which will not, something that will not materialize. But so far, as you mentioned, 65 runs added by this pair. First wicket falling at 8. So, good rebuilding. And it has brought them into a good position at that time. 8 for 1, a bit precarious. If you lost a couple more wickets at that time, could have been very difficult for them to get back into this game. Captain has really shown the initiative since he has come to the crease. He's on 37, not out of 38.
It's Tong again to start another over. This delivery. Just punching it out to cover the Ramnot. I think the left-hand, right-hand combination is working out well for the Guyana team as well.
Yes, and you would think that against another team, that spin would have already been introduced. But with these two at the wicket, I can understand why they are persisting with the medium pacers.
It's a good length. Well played by Ramnot. The Yorker length delivery there by Michaeli Tong, sorry.
Yes, he seems to be bowling a heavy ball. That one hit the bat quite hard based on the sound that we heard. So, some shades of his uncle in that regard.
Just an update in terms of the other games. TNT versus Barbados playing at this Arnesville playing field. TNT, they are 53 for 4 once again. So the top order batting continues to be a cause for concern. The Windward Islands versus Jamaica, that game being played at Cumberland. They have Windward Islands, they're 44 for 3. It's not the type of start that they would have had yesterday, losing a couple of wickets early in the piece. But back here at the Park Hill playing field, we have Guyana winning the toss, electing to bat first. They're 73 for 1. This one is magnificently hit over mid-wicket for 6. The best of Rampatard Ramnot today.
Yes, he's very strong off his pads, and that one gave him that length that he could get under, and he was able to whip that beautifully, just with the flick of his wrist over that wideish long-on area. Really just an effortless shot. As we mentioned earlier, he times the ball so well. If he can, just work a bit, I think, on his running between the wickets and a few other aspects of his game, definitely has that gift of timing.
Yes, this was a delivery on the line of the leg stump, middle leg stump, and just timed really. Wasn't really the full flow swing of the bat. Just a matter of timing it over deep mid-wicket for 6. Tong there perhaps trying to replicate the previous delivery where he got it a Yorker length to Ramnot, but missing his length there by a couple of inches and really paying the price. 6 runs to Ramnot.
Yeah, so he's on 34 of 50 and Dindial 37 of 38. They're still trying to recover the ball. Seems like they have gotten it back. We heard that from the Guyanese contingent downstairs of us. He said he get it. To say that they found the ball. So no need for a replacement as we had of the previous shot for 6 by Dindial. So someone who has found it has just saved a few dollars for the coffers here for the tournament.
Well, we saw quite a bit of ball being hit in that direction yesterday. This one is played to the right of the man there at point, and well run this time for another single. So good batting here by Ramnath. He moves on to 35. It's 80 for 1.
And this is something that they always tell you, especially when you're playing limited overs cricket. You hit the boundary. If you can get the single the next delivery, then you're just keeping it ticking along. So well done by Ramnath on that occasion. 80 for 1 so far from Guyana. A very good start from them. And they would want this partnership to go well into the remaining overs that they have.
Dot ball to end the over. So at the end of the 16th, Guyana on the 19 having won the toss this morning, electing to bat first. They are 80 for the loss of 1. Dindial, the captain, he's there on 37. And Rampatab Ramnath, the opener, he's there on 35.
It's going at exactly 5 runs and over at this point in the game. And medium pace of Miller will continue. So as we mentioned before, it is unlikely that we'll see too many overs of spin, especially while these two are batting. Dindial in particular has been quite severe against spin bowling when he has faced it in this competition. And I think that the Leeward Islands team are cognizant of that. So they will continue the medium pace of Miller.
So Miller continues proceedings there from the northern end. In terms of spin bowling option, we have Micah and Mackenzie for the Leeward Islands, the leg spinner. Also, Tianik Honore as well, our spinner. So at some point in time, I think we'll see them being introduced. This one again is short of a length. Not taken cleanly there by Joel Andrew, and it's going to cost his team in the end. So 4, is it runs? It's runs. So just perhaps getting the glove there of Ramnath. Ramnath seemed to be quite astonished as well. We're trying to verify the signal by the umpire. Maybe he was looking for a wide.
Yes, and his teammates downstairs saying, we got to take the runs. So some more runs there to Ramnath. I think that one maybe a gifted 4 for him in terms of his account, but goes to the team score as well.
This one is another slow delivery there. Was Ramnath using his feet and gets it down to the man there at fine leg. So he's not being shy of using the slow delivery, Matthew Miller.
And so far he has not been punished off it. So it means that there is some level of disguise that is happening. So that is why I think he has persisted with it. If they have been picking it up and punishing it, then I think that he would have changed his plan. But showing some level of adaptation here, the youngster. So it's not broken, so he won't fix it. It'll be interesting to see if they hit a few boundaries off of it, if he will continue to employ it.
Yes, definitely a delivery that he's fond of. I've seen him bowling it at least every over. This one is using his feet. There was Dindial. He stopped it to some extent there, Miller, to send out that left hand. But in the end, preventing a single there.
Well, we could say what we want, but when you're bowling, you don't want runs to come off you, so you're going to send something there to try to stop it. It's almost a reflex action.
A couple of times in this over, we've seen the batters trying to use their feet. 17 overs gone, 85 for 1.
Yes, I think they're thinking about that because both Miller and Tong, they have been quite precise with their lines and lengths. They have been trying to see how they can upset them. Miller, 5 overs done for 19, really doing a job for his team. Since he has come on, he has been quite thrifty. And we have also had 4 overs from Tong, who is now being replaced by Micah Mackenzie, leg spinner. So we're finally going to see the leg spin coming.
It's Micah Mackenzie. Not of those promising young leg spinners we have in the Caribbean. Of the likes of Tamari Redwood as well in this tournament. The youngsters coming through, learning the art. We can only hope that they can develop at the pace that we want them to.
Yes, and just coming out of the under-19, you also had Vishal Singh from Trinidad, who probably, among them, was probably the most impressive. Agreed. From last year's tournament.
Agreed. Out of Trinidad. So let's see how he goes here, Mackenzie. To be an inviting boundary to the leg side here for Ramnath. Not the biggest of boundary to his right.
Yeah, you say that it's about at least to the mid-wicket region, it's about a 40, 45 or even 50 meter hit to mid-wicket for 6. A little bit long.
And it's a shortish delivery. Was definitely aiming in that region.
Yeah, he's looking to hit that one over square leg. There is a man there deep backward square leg on the boundary, but I think that he was probably thinking about going all the way. In that region, the boundary is probably around the 60 meter mark.
We're trying to put some pressure here early on Mackenzie. Okay, the voices of his teammate, more so Isaiah Thorne in the background, saying don't let him settle. You would know Mackenzie very well. So on the shot again, and Ramnath perhaps in 2 minds there as to whether to cut that delivery or even pull it over deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, but what was impressive about that delivery is that it got a tremendous amount of bounce. And I think that is what caught him by surprise in the end, how much bounce it got. May have been the googly, but we'll wait and see how he operates. He does have that googly.
This one is clipping the pad. Man there at a shot, finally comes around. His assistant there, Kevin Sisnet out of Barbados. It brings Dindial into strike for the first time versus Mackenzie. I think Mackenzie perhaps would be a bit more comfortable bowling to the right-hander. Captain opting for no slip on this occasion, quite surprisingly. Ball turning away from the right-hander. I think perhaps a more attacking move would be to bring the slip into operation.
Absolutely. I mean, they need wickets. I think that having a slip to the leg spinner really is a must in this situation.
This one is short and punched off the back foot. Out to the man there in the covers, Nathan Edward. And it's the end of an over there from Mackenzie, his first. And at the end of it, it's 86 for the loss of 1, Guyana under 19.
Yes, going back to that discussion about the field placement, I really think that he should have a slip in place for the right-hander once he's facing up against the leg spinner. They really need to get at least one of these 2 batsmen out, preferably both of them, the Leeward Islands, if they are to make a comeback in this game. They seem to just be waiting for something to happen as opposed to looking to make things happen. And this is something that you would want them to wake up out of and to get something going, or to at least attempt to do so, as you look forward to seeing these youngsters graduate to the next level. You're thinking of the development of West Indies cricket. You want to see those thought processes in play. Sure the viewers would agree with me as well.
Indeed, so. We're going to see a change in bowling as well from the northern end. It's going to be, yes, Cordell Crook. Coming into bowl is off spinners. So both spinners in operation now. We were wondering how soon we'll see the spinners being introduced, and Captain Joel Angel opting to use them in tandem. This one is short of a length, easily played out to the man there at long on. That's all they have to do really during this middle period in terms of getting the ball into the gaps, scoring 4 to 5 runs per over, and setting somewhat of a platform that they can build on later on in the innings.
Yes, firmly agree with that. Just need to knock it around. If they get a ranked bad ball, then they put it away to the boundary. But there are only 5 fielders in the circle, so there's space in the field to just knock the ball for some singles.
This one is played uppishly, just past the man there, Honore, at a mid-wicket position for another single. You mentioned the competency of the Guyanese batters against spin, and so far we've seen evidence of that. Just working the ball into the gaps was something that the Leeward Islands really failed to do yesterday miserably. It's bold. Well, just as I was saying, the competency against spin, a delivery short of a length, and there was Ramna looking to hit it over mid-wicket, missed it completely, and another breakthrough here. Cordell Crook doing the job here for his captain. The second wicket goes, Guyana now 88 for the loss of 2.
Yes, it was a good length delivery. That is the length that you want to be, especially in the white ball game for a spinner. Maybe you want to be a little bit fuller in the red ball game, but that one just hitting the top of off stump. It was a flatter delivery. He thought it was short enough, Ramlat, as he was looking to pull that one, but in the end, it was too quickly onto him. It really was through him before he was able to put himself in a position to pull that one away. So a very important wicket there taken by the off spin of Cordell Crook, and the wicketkeeper Vieira replaces the opener Ramnat at the crease.
Yes, Shahid Vieira. So quite a bit of him throughout the 2-day tournament. Played well, batted for long periods of time. Really tried to hold the Guyanese innings together. Coming into a different situation here, 88 for 2, not a bad start by the Guyana top order. So I'm sure he'll be pleased not to have as much pressure on his shoulders as some of his previous entrances into the wicket. Good player Vieira.
So just slight change now as the right-hander comes on to strike. There's a man at square leg, a man at mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg as well. Short extra cover point, backward point. Man at long off and long on, and a deep mid-wicket.
Into over number 19. This one is outside the off stump. A risky shot there by Vieira very early in his innings. And successful over there from Crook. 1 for 2. And the Guyana on the 19, after 19 overs, they're 88 for 2.
Yes, I think what has been key there for Crook has been his length. He hasn't bowled too short or too full. Hasn't given them an opportunity to drive. So if they have to get to that length, then they really have to actually use their feet to come down the pitch to get to that length that he's bowling, and it's not short enough really for them to pull comfortably or to cut comfortably. Admirable bowling in terms of length in particular there from Crook.
Agreed. It's going to be Mackenzie to take up proceedings from the southern end. A slight change in the field. The man there at short fine leg, going a bit squarer. This one is short and is punching it out to the man there deep, extra cover. A bit too short there from Mackenzie. We've seen that on a couple of occasions now. Hasn't found the right line and length as yet. Still into his second over.
Yeah, that one was really short and deserved to be going to the boundary, but he was early enough into the shot that he got it well in front of square. Maybe delaying it slightly would have gotten him 4 runs just behind square. It's a fine line between executing that delayed shot and then getting a fine or thin edge to the keeper. Sometimes that happens because you want to delay it.
True. I think it depends on the pace of the ball as well. A bowler bowling a bit quick and flatter makes it a bit easier for you to get it behind square. But the delivery is a bit slower, as it was on that occasion. And most times the shot goes in front of square.
And when you attempt to get it behind square, sometimes you can be just that bit late off the face of the bat to the keeper.
This is a full toss, punch down the ground for another single. So Vieira, he's off the mark, he's up and running. Guyana up to 90 for the loss of 2. Just coming back to that cut shot behind square, Alanson. A very good exponent of that art would have been Mahile Jaiwana. I've seen him on multiple occasions, basically taking the ball out of the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Even the great man BCL as well.
Of course, Lara Hooper as well. Was very good on that late cut off the spinners. So it's something that a lot of these batsmen can work on because it gives you more scoring options. I think against spin bowlers, a lot of them have very few scoring options, and if they don't get those deliveries, then they are kind of stuck.
He's out. Just as about we were saying that having scoring options against the spinners, there was Dindial basically giving it away, really. Came down the wicket and was giving himself a bit of room as well, trying to hit that one over extra cover. Turned away from him, well bowled by Mackenzie, and in the end, Joel Andrew effectively stumping. A very good bowling, and Guyana, they lose a big wicket here in the form of Dindial. He goes for 39, sorry. Guyana, they are now 90 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, really no need for that shot at this point in time. He has just lost his partner, has a new batting partner, and he's the experienced man at the crease and the in-batsman. Really could have just, throttled back for a few more overs. That's something that you saw quite well. I always remember in the 90s and in the 80s. No, sorry, not the 90s and the 2000s when Australia were very strong. The late 90s and the first half of the 2000s. You saw this approach from Bevan and a few of the other batsmen where they would hardly have collapses, because what would happen is that they will just throttle back after a wicket. They'll be prepared for 5 overs just to knock it around, and then they would expand. You would rarely see that expansive play coming immediately after a wicket. So they didn't take the risk to put themselves in a position where they would lose quite a few, unless of course you had a very good spell and the bowlers were bowling excellent deliveries to take their wickets, but they would not be giving them away for sure.
That's a very good point. Comes at a difficult time there for Guyana, really, having lost Ramnath, who was there from the beginning, a partnership of 80 between Ramnath and Dindial. Both of them going in quick succession, really setting back the Guyanese progress at this point in time. New batter being Jonathan Van Langer, sorry. A bit of confusion with the pronunciation at times. This one is punched down the ground by Vieira. An easy single. I'm thinking perhaps one of those feelers on the long off or long on need to be in the circle.
Yes, at least for the beginning of these two batsmen's innings. You have some new batsmen in now, so maybe it's an opportunity just to plug those gaps just a little bit, make it a bit harder for them to score until they have settled at the wicket. So Van Langer, he's a new batsman. He's a powerful batsman. Saw him score, I think, 48 or 49 against Barbados in the 2-day version.
Because from what we've seen from Vieira, he's not the type of player who will go over the top very early on in the innings. He's more circumspect. He's a man who is looking to just get the ball into the gaps and just allowing him the single. I think he's just playing right into his hands. maybe for Van Langer, who is the more powerful of the two. You can keep those men back. Just something for Captain Joel Andrew to think about.
Even for Van Langer, I wouldn't have them back until he executes a shot over the top or goes through them on the ground, and you want to say, well, you want to keep the field, keep the runs from flowing too quickly.
Crook continues to tighten the screws here. A very simple action, really, in terms of coming into the crease. Not a lot there. What he does have is a bit of control. You mentioned the length that he's bowling as well. Just not full enough for the batters to get onto the front foot and not short enough to really pull or cut. So it's another economical over from him. And at the end of the 21st over, Guyana, they are 91 for free.
Yes, I think the Leeward Islands need to be mindful that this is an opportunity for them. And I think they need to just turn the screws just a little bit more, be a bit more attacking in their approach. Don't just let the game meander into these middle overs. Because if these two put on another partnership, they can find themselves having to score a big score this afternoon. And what they want to do is to try to restrict Guyana to as little as possible. And I think by attacking now, that would be the best approach to do so. Get some feelers in catching positions.
Mackenzie to continue.
Especially for the leg spinner, who is their attacking option.
Yes, and still no slip, really. To our great surprise, two new men at the crease. You have your premier leg spinner on. You like to think you want to have a man in that slip cordon. This one is full and punched down the ground again easily by Vieira. You made a very good point, Alan, in terms of not just sitting back in this middle period, just trying to take advantage of the situation that they find themselves in. 91 for free Guyana. Having taken those two big wickets in the last couple of overs, you like to think that the Leeward Islands will be pushing to build on that. And we spoke at length in terms of the frailties of both of the batting orders here on this bit today. This one is punched nicely by Van Langer. His batting has been reasonably impressive every time I've seen him, Van Langer. Seems to have a reasonable technique, good power as well, and a good head on his shoulders.
He's a young lad, only 17 years old, but a big lad. Really a prospect.
That delivery coming from the outside portion of the bat, in the region we spoke about in terms of the slip cordon.
I can predict that eventually in this game that something is going to go through slip. But I think eventually now he's actually plugging that gap. But it didn't need a ball to be edged to tell you that. I mean, that he's bowling the ball to turn away from the batsman. So I think that's almost a given that you will have a slip for your leg spinner in this situation.
Better late than never, some will say. As we see Nathan Edwards coming into that slip cordon. Mackenzie on this occasion offering a full toss again, his second of the over. Vieira just choking it down to long on.
Yeah, Mackenzie was over tossing on a couple of occasions, striving a bit to get that ball, get the ball some air. Doesn't want to bowl short, so has bowled a couple of full tosses.
And it's the end of the third over. Mackenzie quite miserly so far, 1 for 5 from his free. Guyana on the 19, 94 for 3, 22 overs completed.
Yeah, 94 for 3 after 22 overs. And yes, 94 for 3 after 22 overs, Guyana. Two new batsmen at the crease, Van Langer and one Shahid Vieira on 4. So, as we mentioned before, good opportunity here for the Leeward Islands really to turn the screws and take a few more wickets. Not allow these two to settle, because if they do, then they will be back in a situation where they will need to break a big partnership. Slow one there from Crook, giving a lot of air. Something you've seen from him so far. He's been quite flat and on a good length. This one seemed to get some turn. Wait for the call of the umpire as they complete one. Yes, one leg by. Signaled by umpire Cisnet. Kevin Cisnet from Barbados. They have brought a very, what you call a silly mid-on in place. This one, he cuts it, but straight to the man at cover. Yeah, I think they're trying to plug that punch down to the long on area. A straight mid-wicket and a silly mid-on. He still finds the gap there, Van Lange. Able to get it down to the man at a wideish long on for a single.
Yes, well played there by Van Lange, just standing tall. Mentioned he's a powerful man, times the ball very well, and gets another single down to long on.
Turn to square leg, so batting here so far from the Guyana pair. Staking the singles that are on offer. Getting themselves acclimatized to conditions here at Park Hill. This one is driven firmly down to long off for a single by Jonathan Van Lange. And it brings the over to an end after 23 overs. The score is now 98 for 3.
Yes, 4 runs coming from that over. So we mentioned that is in line with what the Guyana would want to do during this particular period. Just getting the ball into the gaps, trying to build somewhat of a partnership again. We mentioned that partnership of 80 between Ramnath and Dindial. I'm sure these two would be looking to even match that, or perhaps even surpassing that at some point in time.
This one is cut, almost defeating him there on the bounce. As you usually have that turn off the cut or the sweep shot, those horizontal bat shots off the spinner, especially on the second bounce. That's a quick delivery, loud appeal, and I think that one may have been that straighter one.
It'll be interesting to see the replay on that occasion, but we don't have the benefit of the replay here in the commentary box. But maybe just pitching outside leg, turning back, perhaps. Hitting him quite high as well. He's a tall man, Van Lange. So maybe a bit of doubt in the minds of umpire Cisnet, sorry.
Yeah, and even though if we had the replay, the camera is not necessarily straight over the bowler's arm as we have at some other venues. So it will be a bit of guesswork. Another single to Van Lange. Takes him on to 4. And the score up to 99. So just one short of that 100 mark Guyana team. 99 for 3.
Actually like what I'm seeing here from Van Lange though, using the depth of the crease. Yeah. On the previous occasion, missing it completely, but so far he's been prepared to show ample footwork in order to just walk the ball into the gaps. Another single there by Vieira.
Yeah, so the 100 is up. That's what other applause is for. 100 for 3 Guyana in the 24th over. I think if you had offered them this when they were 8 for 1, they would have accepted it. But they will still be disappointed in the way that both Rampatab Ramnath and Dindial were dismissed. This one is down the leg side, call wide.
Yeah, losing those 2 big wickets there really would have dented Any sort of thoughts of having a big total here today? Both players playing very well, and in the end, just not continuing in the vein that they would have wanted to. Some may say, some may argue that they actually gave it away to some extent.
I agree that they did, especially Dindial. Punch straight to Honore, who is rapid in the field. So good call from the non-striker Vieira not to take that single. As we have a short break now for drinks. The Leeward Islands under 19 after 24 overs, they're 101. The Guyana team, sorry, batting 101 for 3. Yes, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field, and we resume after a drinks break. Guyana under 19, 101 for 3 after 24 hours. Crook goes to Shahid Vieira. No dot delivery. Crook so far. His spell has been quite tight. fuller delivery, but not much intent in that push from Vera. As I say good morning again to Osnet Kato.
Good morning to you, Alonso. Good morning to our viewers all around the Caribbean, most of our viewers in the Leeward Islands, St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Antigua and Barbuda. And of course, down in South America from the Guyana part of the world.
Yeah, you have to name a few more places there for the Leeward Islands. Anguilla, also part of Leeward Islands cricket. BVI. St. Martin. In fact, St. Martin has a few players on this team now, and of course, we know that West Indies player, young batsman there, is from St. Martin.
Casey Carty.
Yes. Played for under 19 and has gone up to the senior level. So, St. Martin becoming a force in Leewards cricket. Crook to continue.
I think it's actually a free hit. Bit belatedly signaled there by the umpire Sisnet. But free hit here to Vieira.
And again, you could see that one doesn't really have the power because I mean, that one was there. It was there for the taking, but not that type of batsman, Vieira.
It's something we spoke about earlier in terms of looking at the field and thinking to ourselves, the field doesn't really dictate the type of batsman that Vieira is. I think Guyana maybe was hoping that free hit could have been offered to Van Lange.
Yes. And I think that's where you're not seeing that precision in field placement. I mean, two very different type of batsmen, but you keep the same field because you have two right-handers, but they're different right-handers. All right-handers are not the same. Vieira more of an accumulator, pushes the ball in the gap. Van Lange, powerful man. So I'm almost going through him. So another very good over there from Crook. So far he has figures of 1 for 9, from his 4 overs. And at the end of the over, the score is 104 for 3, the Guyana under 19 team.
Yes, 3 runs coming from that over. Not a bad one from the Guyanese perspective. We mentioned the need for them to build somewhat of a partnership and working the ball into the gaps. Scoring 3 to 4 runs per over in this middle period. Still 25 overs to go. So that's like a lot of overs in the context of the game. They'll be hoping that these two can just bat for at least the next 10 overs or so. Do some sort of reassessment. And hopefully they'll be able to put up a competitive first innings total.
So Mackenzie continues. Short and on the pads. Easy single there for Van Lange. Turns it and jogs across. Turns it to the square leg region. So 105 for 3.
Just a bit of an update again. TNT versus Barbados, 89 for 6 TNT. And Windward Islands versus Jamaica, they're 88 for 5. The Windward Islands batting first.
So games at Cumberland, Arnesville and Parkhill today. No game at Sand Hill. You'll see a little chat here between bowler and captain. Maybe a field position has been requested. Seems that both of them are not in concert in terms of what field positioning should be. Don't know who won the argument, and we know the field continues as is. That's a lovely delivery there from Mackenzie. Bounce, turn, and it's a nice leg break from him.
Yes, well bowled by Mackenzie. The first one we've really seen spun across the right-hander sharply. And they're calling for that slip earlier on. Had a delivery going in that region.
fuller delivery. Looking to drive is Vieira, but they are mindful of that push that he has on the offside. So there's a very silly mid-off in that region, very close to the bowler, on the pitch that is adjacent to the field, the playing pitch actually. Misfield there from the fielder. Looks like Tong. We're disappointed with that. 2 runs given away. Very strong throw, but misfield there for 2. Body language not looking good from the Leeward Islands on the field. And the score is 105 for 3. They're still in this game. Not too sure why they look so dejected.
It's a disappointing attempt in the field there by the fast bowler Tong. Quite simple really. And basically gifted 2 runs to the opposition. You mentioned the body language of the Leeward Island players, not really that assertive at the moment. You mentioned that Guyana hasn't really run away from them in terms of the scoring. They're still in the game. 107 for 3, the Guyana. Having removed those 2 key players, I think they would have been more buoyed at this point in time.
Yeah, that occasion, I think Tong was defeated by that turn on the second bounce. Easy cleaning this time. At the end of the over, at the end of 26 overs, Guyana under 19, they're 107 for 3.
Yeah, partnership slowly growing, 17 from 36 deliveries so far. So just trying to get used to the pace, the conditions here at the Parkway playing field. These 2 in the middle. We know what we're going to get from Vieira. But from a Guyanese perspective, the contribution of Van Lange here would be critical because we've seen that he's a relatively free-scoring player. So they want him to continue as long as possible and hopefully give the positive impetus to this partnership.
This one is straight. Seemed to come back into him and cramp him for some room there, Van Lange, as he was looking to punch on the offside. Another single to Van Lange. Crook continues this time to Vieira, who pushes it softly. Dead bats it really into the offside. Looking to punch that one through the outside, but doesn't find the gap.
I think Vieira here playing a lot of shots, but not really finding the gap. I think that would be the disappointing aspect to his batting so far in this innings. Once again, we're trying to hit the ball a bit too hard, out of character from him. Normally times the ball well.
So another dot delivery to end the over. So Cordell Crook keeping up that pressure, just going for a single in that over. So he has figures of 1 for 10 off his 5 overs so far. Shahid Vieira on 9 off 29 not out, and Jonathan Van Lange is on 7 off 19 not out. The scoring rate is exactly at 4 at 108 for 3. Guyana on the 19.
Yes, Crook doing just what the captain would have wanted from him here. Being very economical. Got that big wicket as well of Ramnath earlier. 5 overs for 10. Can't really complain about his contribution to the bowling effort of the Leeward Islands so far.
So Mackenzie to continue from the wooden, you could say. This one quite an early call. Good single. So Van Lange moves up to 8. 109 for 3 in the 28th over. So one driven firmly but straight to the bowler. Very good spells so far being bowled by Micah McKenzie. 12 runs coming off him. He has taken the big wicket of Dindial, the Guyanese skipper who was going at great guns.
The spinners so far basically 11 overs for 22 runs and have taken 2 wickets. So they have both basically done the job in terms of getting the breakthrough for the captain, but they've really kept it tight as well.
This time he gets it down to long on, does Vera. So 110 for 3. Yes, you mentioned that the spinners have been quite tight, and that is something that has happened throughout the tournament. I think that the pair who were there before maybe just went a little bit too hard at the spinners a little too early. Could have knocked it around for a little bit and see what was happening with the spinners on the pitch. Gave both spinners early wickets. And really gave away a dominant position or a strong position for Guyana at that point in time. Since then, these two have put on 20, but they have done so of 48 deliveries. This one is a wide down the leg side. Signaled by umpire Brian. This one is a big leg break. Lots of turn on that one. Left alone by Jonathan Van Lange. The score after 28 overs, 111. Nelson for 3.
Yes, the Guyana team continue to march on really, although not really at any frightening pace for the Leeward Islands. But still a partnership being developed here. 21 now, it's worth. It's a crucial partnership we mentioned. Vieira, he has been the man for them throughout the tournament in terms of trying to repair whatever damage was done early. And we've seen Van Lange has a bit of power. They'll be hoping that he'll be there for an extended period of time with Vieira and continue to blossom in terms of this partnership.
That's a loud appeal and he's out. LBW. So that's another wicket to Crook. We're about to say that there was 111 for which is Nelson's number. It's considered by some in English fraternities as an unlucky number. You'll see umpire Dave Shepherd hopping on one leg as long as it's Nelson. And it seems to have been that way now for the Guyanese team as they lose the wicket of Vieira. Another wicket to Crook. 10 for 2 he has. 2 for 10 I should say. And he has done so far 5.1 overs as it brings Latif to the crease.
Yes, Cordell Crook has gone about his job quite miserly here, under the radar to some extent. Haven't seen a lot of him, Cordell Crook. More familiar with Mackenzie, but he has done a job for his captain. And once again making the breakthrough of the first delivery of his 6th over. So the spinners again continue to cause problems in this tournament. Cause problems for the Guyanese.
Yeah, it's interesting because we saw Guyana, they do have a high diet of spin when they are back home. So we saw the confidence against the spinners from the 2 who were dismissed early, but they didn't stay there. So that's something that you have to bear in mind. But I think Latif needs to now support Van Lange, who is a little bit more familiar now with the conditions, and forge a large partnership. It's a good way to come off the mark. So 112 for 4. Moves him off of Nelson.
Yes, so that's the type of running that they will need in this partnership. Must be said that Van Lange seems to be a very good cricketer, has a good head on his shoulders. I was looking for those singles.
Yes, again, that one he was on the back foot, pulling it down to the man at long on. So far, he has been electing to keep those shots on the ground. We have seen him elsewhere and know that he's able to get the ball over the boundary. The situation calls for him to be there and to play a long innings. So I think that he is taking the situation of the game into consideration and playing accordingly, which is what you want to see from the youngsters. Goes back to that one. Does Riyad Latif plays it stylishly out to the man at extra cover, but no run possible for him there. Fuller delivery, this one. Almost a Yorker length. Ends another over from Cordell Crook. He's going so far 2 runs and over. He has figures of 6 overs, 2 for 12 runs.
Another successful over there from Cordell Crook. He's been impressive so far. Hasn't tried to do anything fancy really, just sticking to the basics in terms of just varying his pace. But he has been very good on that line and length to all the right-handers he's been faced with so far. So I think the captain will be quite pleased with his effort. He has bowled well in tandem with his senior spinner in the form of Micah McKenzie. He's now into his 7th over.
So McKenzie into Van Langer. So on his full is driven over the cover. Should get to the boundary. No good feeling there by the man at the sweeper cover. Intercepts it before it goes for 4. So the shot was on. He went over the top of those men in the circle, but didn't time it as well as he wanted. But got 2 in the end.
Yes, reasonably well played there by Van Langer. He was aiming for that region over extra cover and did get it over there, perhaps not with the timing that he was hoping for. But in the end, 2 runs for him.
Then pulled back there by McKenzie after being driven over extra cover. This one flatter, faster. Not timed well by Van Langer. Gets back to the bowler. So you see some antics from McKenzie there, saying to Van Langer, why are you pushing it back to me? Look, there are gaps all over the field. Interesting banter here between the batsman and the bowler. This time he goes over extra cover again. I think this time goes close to the boundary, and he goes over the boundary this time for 4. So now he's having a riposte to McKenzie. So interesting byplay here at the Parkhill playing field between McKenzie and Van Langer, wasn't it?
Yes, I would like to think it's just some friendly banter between these two. But on that occasion, Van Langer executing that shot to perfection over extra cover, a couple of bounces into the fence, and got his deserved boundary on this occasion.
This time he sit down too long on for a single. And at the end of over number 30, it's 119 for 4. 120 for 4, sorry. Going at exactly 4 runs and over Guyana under 19 versus the Leeward Islands under 19. If you just tuned in, the Guyana under 19, they won the toss and they have elected to bat. And so far, they have progressed to 120 for 4 after 30.
Yes, 30 overs completed, 20 to go. And from a Guyanese perspective, they'll be looking at these 20 overs and trying to see how well they can maximize their production of runs from these 20 overs. I'm sure the first target would be to get to that 200 mark at least. Spoke about that yesterday. And I'm sure as long as they're able to forge some partnerships along the way, they should be able to get to 200 comfortably and even surpass that.
This one hit straight to the man there. That's silly mid-on. And Nori does the feeling. Yes, and just a reminder that based on the rules, I think 17 overs of pace have been bowled so far. So they only need to bowl 3 more. They can bowl more than that if they want to, but they only really need to bowl 3 more overs of pace, I think. So the spinners can bowl for as long as they are causing problems.
So the spinners have definitely caused problems so far. Both spinners really miserly in their approach.
This one is pulled long to square leg, and that's 4 runs. It's in the gap. Well placed there in the end by Van Langer because there are 2 fielders back on the onside, but they bisected both of them comfortably, and that's another 4 to Jonathan Van Langer.
I think the impressive thing about that shot, he didn't try to hit it too hard, just found the gap and timed it well enough there, Van Langer.
This time he goes back on cuts. What we like about him so far as well, he uses his crease well. He goes right back when he's going back, and he comes forward when he has to come forward. Seems to prefer playing off the back foot though. This one punch hard. Should be at least 2 runs out into the covers as the man comes around from the long off region. So an easy 2 in the end. To Van Langer takes him up to 22. So this has been the most expensive over for Crook by far. I mean, he has gone for 6 in this over. So far, he has only been going at 1 and 2 and 3 in overs.
But to see a bit of a proactive approach here by Van Langer.
This time he's punching it straight to the man at wide long on. Gets to him quite quickly, but there's only time for 1. As it brings an end to the over, at the end of 31 overs, Guyana under 19, they are 127 for 4.
Yes, 7 runs coming from that over from Crook. Just want to put a bit more pressure on the right arm off spinner there, Van Langer, and did so successfully. A bit of a controlled aggression from him in that over, and the Guyanese team will be hoping that he can continue in that vein.
It's the partnership so far, 15 of 16 deliveries. I think a lot will depend on Van Langer in terms of how far Guyana get in this innings, the type of score that they're able to post for the Leewards to chase.
We'll still have the likes of Lovell to come. He can definitely hit the ball a long way, but they will need this partnership to take it as close as possible to the 50 over mark.
So a single there to Jonathan. Van Langer down to mid-on. Flighty delivery straight back to the bowler there. Riyad Latif. Has a job to do to support Van Langer here. So it's maybe to look for a single and give him the strike. Well played. That one had some bong, some turn. Played it with very soft hands.
Don't we think we've seen that line and length enough from Mackenzie? Yes, he is bowl economical. We just haven't seen him finding that line just on about the off some turn in a way. On a couple of occasions he has been relatively short. The batters just haven't been able to find the gaps. They've played a lot of shots, the Guyanese batters, but they've found the fielders on a lot of occasions.
This one, some turn, really opened him up there with that one that spun across him.
Yes, that's the line we're speaking about. Just need to be there about more consistently, Mackenzie, and I think you'll pose a lot more problems for the Guyanese batsmen.
This one is a bit fuller. He's across the wicket, but a bit of bounce on that delivery. In the end, I think it was going over the top, so in agreement there with me was umpire Brian. And that's the end of 32 overs. It's 128 for 4, Guyana under 19. We'll have a change in the bowling, it seems as if. Is it? No. I thought Palmer was making his way to the bowling mark, but just going down to long on. So Crook will continue. Mackenzie, he has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 22. Crook has picked up 2 wickets so far from his 7 overs. This one was a bit shorter. Give him enough time to go on the back foot, but didn't find the gap. Yes. 2 for 19 from his 7 overs. That's something that's been characteristic of his bowling, his length. He really hasn't bowled anything of a driving length or that step and hit, as we would say.
It doesn't turn the ball a great deal. As you mentioned, the length that he has bowled has really posed a lot of difficulties for the Guyanese batsmen. Van Lang, as we've seen on multiple occasions, trying to play him off the back foot.
This one, he goes over the top, Van Lange. That's a big hit for 6 over the long on region. And ball comes back down. Yes, it comes back off the bank. That one had a little bit more air on it, and I think he was waiting for something in that vicinity, and he dispatched it with ease.
Well, he made an attempt earlier. I think he was going a bit square at that time. On this occasion, just following through really with the arms. Over long on for a lovely shot for 6. We mentioned he has the power and definitely had the timing on that occasion.
It's a flat and faster one, so good riposte from Crook, saying, well, hit that one over long on again if you want to. His Leeward Islands bowlers, they're quite animated. Hits that one now to the man at silly mid on. Doesn't get a run. And it's the end of the over. At the end of 33 overs, Guyana on the 19 at 134 for 4.
Yes, a big 6 in that over there from Van Lange. Continues to impress. 30 from 40 to deliveries, and we mentioned that his contribution from here on is going to be critical and crucial to whatever competitive total that the Guyanese team would actually pose here in the first innings. Rayad Latif is there on 1 from 9. I think he's more of a foil here in terms of forming a partnership with Van Lange. As we see Mackenzie into his 9th over. This one again, short of a length, and Latif playing it quite comfortably off the back foot. The other 2 games taking a similar part. Trinidad and Tobago 110 for 8 there at Arnesville playing field. As this one is squeezed out to the man there long on by Latif. Well played by him. I think that is his job really in terms of giving most of the strike to Van Lange. And in the game between Windward Islands and Jamaica at the Cumberland playing field, Windward Islands, they're 93 for 8. So both teams losing 8 wickets so far. Here at the Parkway playing field, Guyana doing a bit better. 128 for 4.
So a bit quicker from Mackenzie. Yeah, very interesting coming from those 2 venues. Saw Trinidad defend 108 yesterday, I think 108 or 109. But I was at Sandhill. I think batting conditions are a lot better at Arnesville, especially the outfield. And so far that scores, we have a loud appeal here, but that seems to be going on the leg side. So far that score will not be enough. They need to make a lot more than that if they're going to defeat Barbados, I think, in Arnesville.
Agreed, and we spoke about the Barbados team being perhaps the informed batting team in the tournament. Well, actually the 2-day format. And I'm sure from what we saw yesterday as well, the likes of Zion Brathwaite, Kyle Jordan, they're quite adept at adjusting to the 50 over format.
Yeah, they looked fairly impressive. And in the other game at Cumberland, well, we can't really say for that one because at times you can have some low scores at Cumberland. So we, from our position, our vantage point, we don't know if that will be enough for the Windwards. So it's pushed nicely down to the man at long off by Riyad Latif. Rotates the strike. And that's the end of the over. Score is 137 for 4.
Yes, and more low scores in this tournament, something that we were hoping that will not manifest itself. Hoping for some bigger scores in this 50 over leg of the tournament. But we continue to see these poor batting performances really. So it's a change of bowling there. Miller is coming back from that northern end. Matthew Miller.
Interesting that he has taken Crook off. I'm not too sure if I agree with that move, given the spell that he was in.
I think he bowled 8 on the trot. So maybe a bit of tiredness, fatigue. But then his bowling really, there's an economy of movement.
Yeah, exactly. He's bowling off of 2 strides, or 2 steps really, and coming in.
But it's Miller from the northern end. Latif seemed to be more of an accumulator. Haven't seen a shot in anger from him so far.
Yeah, I don't think you will see too many shots in anger from him. When he tried to play a big shot in that fixture against Barbados in Arnesville, I remember him just being dismissed because he didn't have the power really.
This time he's driving elegantly out to a deepish point, and a bit of miscommunication between the two, but in the end opting just for the single.
Yeah, I think they probably wanted just a single to have Van Lang on strike, but with the fumble, they were considering the second run. But he was close enough to the keeper that he could have gotten a flat throw in to beat the second. So I think they made the right decision in the end, not just because of the run out, but because Van Lange is on strike.
The man at mid-off goes back to long-off. Slow delivery again. This time, white signal there by umpire Sisnet. Matthew Miller seemed to be totally perplexed by that call.
Yeah, another one of his extremely slower deliveries. I mean, you could call it a slower delivery or maybe a slower or even a more slower. It's not grammatically correct, but that is actually what it is, because you would have a slower delivery and then that is even slower than what you would call a slower delivery. So dropping quite a bit of pace in that one. So it's driven down to the man at long off for a single by Van Lange. Takes the score up to 140 for 4.
I think the disparity between his slower delivery and his normal delivery isn't that great. Reminds me a bit of Jason Holder in terms of his slow balls. Really not that effective at times. Tends to be bowling at 79 miles, 78 miles per hour. On a normal occasion, his slow ball will be 71, 72 miles per hour. Not a great deal in terms of the pace there.
Yeah, the slow ball becomes even more effective when you're quicker, as some fast bowlers can share.
Huge appeal here, and Matthew Miller once again looking quite dejected.
Well, it was almost a celeb appeal or a appeal aberration, because he was already celebrated as if he had taken the wicket. But umpire Kevin Sisnet there from Barbados, not agreeing with Miller on that occasion, not upholding his appeal. It's a good shot there from Latif. Gets him a single down to the long on era. I think that Guyana wouldn't mind that. They would want to give him not Guyana, Leewards wouldn't mind that. They would want to give him as much of the strike as possible. I think that Van Lange is posing more of a danger to them. But we're going to have a short break now for drinks, Osnet.
Yes, and we'll take a drink in the commentary box as well. Just welcome back. Sorry for that slight break. For a moment, we thought that there was a water break, but we have action still here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament, the 50 over edition. It's Mackenzie to continue proceedings into his final over. It's a free hit, and Van Langer not getting the type of connection he was looking for on that occasion. Still managed to get a single down to long off. Moves on to 33, and total up to 144 for 4.
Yeah, that one adjustment made by Mackenzie. He saw him coming on the pitch. Pitch it short and also wide of him.
Mackenzie 1 for 28 so far. Your assessment of the spell?
I think it has been a tight spell. I think he could have been a bit more incisive. But it's the type of bowler he is, I think. He tends to bowl that length quite often, even in the longer games. That length where it's really a half volley length. So he's not going to get much turn from there. And when he goes that length, he goes a bit quicker as well. So it's a bit defensive from your attacking bowler. But I guess he would say, well, it's a white ball game, so just trying to keep things tight and under control as he ends his spell. 1 for 28 from him.
Yes, 40 dot balls in that spell. So relatively tight, but I think my only criticism of him is that he goes a bit too short on occasions, give the batters a bit too much leeway in terms of punching him off the back foot. And luckily for him today, a lot of the batters were not able to find the gaps on some occasions. But 10 overs, 1 for 28. I'm sure his captain will be relatively pleased with that effort from him. And 36 overs completed, 14 overs remaining in this encounter. The current run rate of just around 4 runs per over. So they're on par for the 200 total that we spoke about. But I guess the captain, even the management, they might want to get a bit greedier and aim for something beyond 200. A lot will depend on this man at the wicket at the moment, Jonathan Van Langer.
Absolutely. Extremely slow delivery.
Just punching that one off the back foot there, Van Langer. We mentioned that a lot will depend on him in terms of how far the Guyanese total get up to. On that occasion, Matthew Miller once again starting the over with that slow delivery. Van Langer waiting on it and punching it nicely out to deep, vacant deep extra cover position for a boundary to start. It's the 37th over.
Well, we mentioned earlier that he will continue to bowl a slow delivery until they start picking it. And I think on that occasion, Van Langer was definitely ready for it. So let's see what he does from here on.
This one is outside the off stump, keeping a bit low. Well gathered there by Captain Joel Andrew, who will be a key man for the Leeward Islands. Did very well in that on the 19 World Cup. Joel Andrew, a lot of talent. I know he's a favorite of yours as well.
I'll get back to that after this delivery.
Slow deliveries, punching this one out to long off. And,
yeah, about Joel Andrew. Definitely a very good batsman. I mean, when we saw him the first time, even a few years ago, we said that he can bat. So I had no dispute in that, but I think that if he assesses himself, he would say, well, coming down from the first class level to this level, that he has not really acquitted himself well in this tournament. He has been captain in this tournament, so I don't know if they added responsibility and the task of being the captain have weighed him down just a bit, but he definitely would have to hold his hand up to say that he has let his team down so far in this tournament with the bat.
We did mention that we can have a similar assessment of a lot of the West Indies under 19 players, or even players who have had first-class experience. Most of the batters in this tournament, it just hasn't come to the party for most of these players, but no better time to do so than today.
Yeah, and I don't think conditions have been bad for batting, really. So
Latif is leaning into this one, out to the man there, deep extra cover. So he continues to soldier on, up to 7, and the 150 is up for Guyana into Nova number 37.
It's 150 off 36.5 overs. The partnership currently is 39 off 53. Van Langen's contribution is 30, and Latif, of course, has his 7. Another one of those slow deliveries. What's that?
Well, he's not shy of bowling these. We've seen it on numerous occasions from him. On that occasion, Van Langen allowing that one to go outside the off stump, perhaps hoping that the umpire would signal a wide, which he didn't, answering the affirmative. So at the end of the 37th over, Guyana on the 19, having won the toss earlier this morning, they are 150 for the loss of 4. Van Langen, he's there, not out on 38. He's partnered by Riyad Latif. He's there on 7.
So 13 overs remaining in the innings. As you mentioned, they'll be looking to get around that 200 mark, but they want to exceed it if possible. And as we have repeatedly mentioned in the last few minutes, I think where they end up will be dependent on how long Jonathan Van Langen stays at the crease, and also if the others stay and bat with him to support him. Pace will be coming back now from the what we could call the road end. That road to go up in an area called Dr. Smith.
Michael Palmer, it is number 22 on his back. That's a good delivery once again, getting that ball to shape away from the right-hander, something we've grown accustomed to in that first spell.
Another thing that is on my mind now is why he hasn't bowled out. He was bowling extremely well. I think he could have bowled out from the end that he was bowling from.
Into his 5th over, Palmer. Figures of 1 for 22. So into his 2nd spell, to show how many overs his captain will give him in this spell. Mentioned there's 12 overs to go after this. I'm sure the quota of the fast bowling overs would have been completed as well, if my memory serves me correct.
Well, close to completion for sure. So it's not that they are mandated to bowl pace at this stage.
Getting a cheeky single there. These two. Van Langen was always interested in getting up to the other end.
He was looking to punch that one on the offside, came off the leading edge, went through mid-on instead. And with that, he was able to get the single.
Van Langen here would definitely like to have most of the strike. Because looking at the partnership, he's the one really dominating the partnership, both in terms of runs and the strike rate.
If my memory serves me right, and we'll confirm from the scorer soon, they only have one more over mandated of pace to bowl.
This one is cut nicely past backward point. We mentioned that he's the principal scorer in this partnership, and there was further evidence of it.
Yeah, that was a good punching shot. Plays those shots quite nicely. He remains quite side on when he's punching those balls to the offside. And there he was just getting that between the man at the short third and the man at backward point for 4.
Just offering a bit of room there for Van Langen. We mentioned he's predominantly a back foot player. Loves to cut and pull. On this occasion coming on to the front foot. Driving it out to the man there, Onore, who has done a lot of work there in the covers. Seemed to be a busy man there all day.
Yeah, and he picked up an injury one of the previous rounds, so he's not moving at 100% speed, but he's very quick across the ground still, even with that ball that had struck him from, I think, the bowling of Brathwaite earlier in the tournament.
This one is driving nicely, well timed. Should be cut off by Morton. Coming around there from long off, but it was well timed there from Van Langen. Seemed to be timing the ball very well. And at the end of the 38 over, 12 overs to go, the Guyana on the 19, they're 156 for 4. The players will now have drinks and will take a few refreshments as well up here in the commentary box. Yes, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. We have action here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament, the 50 over segment. Action here today between Leeward Islands and Guyana. Guyana earlier they won the toss, elected to bat first, and it's been a rather resolute batting performance by them so far. 156 for the loss of 4. They've started well, got a good partnership in the form of Dindial and Ramnath. Lost their way quite a bit in the middle, but this partnership has gotten them back on track, and they'll be hoping that they can push towards the finish line here and put up a substantial total as we welcome back Alan Cruikshank.
Yes, thank you, Osland. Good afternoon to viewers.
As we see Nathan Edward back into the attack, so seamers back in operation. They confirmed during the water break that 20 overs of seam bowling has been completed, so there's no requirement for them to continue with seam bowling, but I guess they will do so in the form of Nathan Edward. His experience is going to be key in this latter stage of this Guyanese batting performance.
And it's for that reason why when they took off the off spinner, why I was wondering why they took him off, Cordell Crook. He was bowling such a good spell, and they didn't have the pressure of having to bowl the pace because of the rules, because they had already bowled several of overs in the first spells. Maybe something that they will do as we come towards the end of this innings.
Honore once again, action packed in the field. Of course, chance there. Latif making it in the end. Nathan Edward into his 5th overs, none for 24. Hasn't had the best of spells so far, but he'll be hoping that in the second spell he can really do a job for his captain and for his country. This one is guiding to the man there at a short third man.
Yeah, it seems as he was going to look for that gap behind point on the offside. There's nobody back on the boundary behind point on the offside. So he was thinking that once I get into the gap, it was 4. So you could see the thought process there from the young one.
I think the mode of operation here from Nathan Edward would be those slow deliveries that we have grown accustomed to. And he's also very good at those Yorkers. So just mixing it up here to some extent. Once again, another slow delivery. Honore does more work in the field.
Yes, Honore and Nathan Edward from St. Martin. As we mentioned earlier, St. Martin getting a more prominent role in Leeward Islands cricket in recent years, producing quite a few players.
Latif back on strike. Speaking about him during the break, 9 from 29 deliveries. He will definitely need to up his scoring rate to some extent into over number 39.
Yeah, you would think so. With 11 overs and the 2 deliveries left, 6 wickets in hand, that he would need to up his scoring rate. I think that the role that they have for Van Langer is, of course, he will continue to be aggressive, but they want him not to be overly assertive in terms of taking risks, because I think they want him to bat to the end. So that's why the other batsman, in this case Latif, needs to take some more initiative.
Not really calling for him to be more expansive. Just a matter of just being a bit more positive in terms of his mindset. That can be also be in the form of running between the wickets as well. And just converting more of those dot balls into singles and twos.
Yeah, definitely need to rotate the strike a bit better, so that the scoring pressure doesn't build on Van Langer, and then he ends up playing a foul shot, and the team falls short of where they could have been.
That's a slow bouncer there by Nathan Edward. One for the over signal by the umpire. And at the end of the over, 5 runs coming from that one. It's 161 for 4.
Yes,
Guyana under 19.
So Nathan Edward bringing out his bag of tricks. As you mentioned, he's quite experienced white ball bowler. He has played a few 2020 tournaments. And as we mentioned, that he has been picked for the, I think it's the Trinbago Knight Riders for the CPL this year. So congrats to him. I think that they have seen his skill set, and he definitely could be an asset to any team. I think that he will be one who put his hand up as well to say that he has not had the best of tournaments either in the red ball or the white ball format this season for the under-19 season, given his experience and his ability.
It's Michael Palmer to continue proceedings from the northern end. Driving this one, Latif, but not finding the gap. It's refreshing to see so many of our youngsters being given the opportunity in the CPL. I think that should have been the initial intentions of the tournament in terms of trying to bring in through local talent. Under 19, and even the high performance center should have been the breeding ground really for some of the teams. We look at the IPL, for example, we see a lot of young Indian players, some basically unknown, being given the opportunity to showcase their talents. So from a Cricket West Indies perspective, it's good to see that the CPL this year in particular are giving opportunities to some of the youngsters that we have seen over the years.
I think that there may be a ball change case here. I think that's probably what they're going to look at. So while they're looking at it, let's just continue discussion. I think it's a bit of a two-edged sword, really. You want to give the youngsters the opportunity, but then again, you also want youngsters to develop that skill set that is suitable for red ball cricket before they develop that skill set that is suitable for white ball cricket. That is my opinion. And then you could always throttle back. I mean, you could always expand, on the basics once you have those done. Don't necessarily, I'm 100% in agreement with people at 17, 18, 19 playing a lot of T20 and not playing longer format cricket, especially given our batsmanship, I would say the dearth of proper batsmanship in the Caribbean, especially at the test level. And I would say even at 50 over level, it's almost like 50 overs now. It's become too long a game for many batsmen now in the Caribbean. So that I think that's a two-edged sword. But I mean, I'm still pleased that the youngsters are getting a chance. But I think they have to be mindful as well that they don't overexpose them to T20 cricket at the detriment, or to the detriment of playing some longer format cricket to build upon the basics that they require. And that mindset to bat long, for the batsman to be able to know how to construct an innings, that the ebbs and flows of an innings, sometimes the bowler is on top, you have to throttle back, sometimes you're on top, you have to understand these things, and those will only come from playing more cricket and playing more red ball cricket.
Totally agree with what you just said, Alanson. But it's a worrying trend in terms of the path that we see cricket, not only cricket in the West Indies, but international cricket going along. As this one is punched out to the man there at backward point. A good stop there by Miller. And another single to Latif.
He's a good fielder, Miller. Got across to that one, quickly dived, but was unable to keep them from taking the single.
Yes, and if you have to hone in on your point, even the fact that we were supposed to have a three-day tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for these youngsters, unfortunately, due to Hurricane Beryl, that wasn't possible, or at least that would have contributed to the reduction in the days to a two-day format. So that in itself really doesn't lend itself to development in terms of having the youngsters bat for a long period of time. Having said that, even in the two-day format, we have seen teams being bowled out in 25, 30 overs. So it's really an inherent problem here in the Caribbean. One run from this over so far from Michael Palmer. He'll want to finish well. 162 for 4. And he's getting the outer portion of the bat there from Van Langer. And a dot ball to end. So 40 overs completed, 10 to go. And Guyana, they're 162 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, so getting back to the discussion, just to say that, we are all aware that there's an issue, but we have to also think about how to solve the issue and the things that can be done to address it. Of course, we know the High Performance Center, that academy, I would say, has been revived in the last few years. And we are seeing some fruits from that. Seeing them playing the 4-day tournament. And also the 4-day tournament has gone back to a longer format, which is also important. But I think that, it's difficult to tell players not to prioritize T20 when there's so much money involved. And of course, it's a job for a professional player there. That's their job, that's their livelihood. But it would be great to see some of our marquee players being involved in the 4-day competition. Maybe players like Puran and those. I'm not sure if they're interested in playing, but it would be good to see them involved in that tournament to play some 4-day cricket. It will help them as well, even in their white ball cricket, because you see, repeating things, that repetitive nature of grooving a technique, grooving your batsmanship, that can happen through red ball cricket. And I think that is what made some of our batsmen so great and so consistent, even in white ball cricket, was their experience in red ball cricket. We speak of a Chris Gayle. He had that red ball base to work from.
It's Nathan Edwards to continue proceedings from that northern end, and a couple of singles to start this over. So I think the whole essence of what you're saying, Alance, is that the players need to have a base, and that base can only be formed by playing the longer form of the game as much as possible at an early age, to basically groom your soft skills in terms of batsmanship, and later on they'll be able to branch off and play the other shorter formats of the game.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, what we are seeing is a influx of these shorter formats of the game being introduced to these youngsters, and it makes it difficult for them to really transfer that sort of batsmanship into the longer form of the game.
So I do agree with you. I don't think the short form hurts the bowlers as much as it hurts the batsmen. It can affect the bowlers as well in terms of the lengths that they get accustomed to bowling, and when they go into the longer format, they may be too short, as opposed to looking for those wickets when they're bowling, a bit more defensive than they should be. But I think it's easier for the bowlers to make that adjustment, and you also see class players making the adjustment as well from format to format. And when I say class players, it's those players who have had that strong base already in red ball cricket.
Agreed. Total continues to accumulate here at the Parkway playing field. Another single there to Latif. 165 for 4. 9 overs left after this. It will be interesting to see how the Guyanese go about these 9 overs. We spoke about Latif and his role in this partnership.
Yeah, I think now he definitely needs to branch out there into the last 10. I wouldn't say branch out. He definitely, I think, needs not to face dot balls. He should be looking for the single off every delivery he faces and expand from there. If he sees something to his liking, then he tries to get a boundary. Because they don't want to leave runs out there. It's a good batting wicket. Hopefully the weather holds and you get all the 50 overs in the second innings. And if that is the case, then the Leewards will be in with a good chance of even chasing down the score. So you don't want to leave runs out there.
Yes, these last 9 overs are also going to be critical. Are going to be critical to the outcome of this game. If the Guyanese are able to execute their plans well, they should be able to get beyond 200. I think from a Leeward Islands perspective, they'll be hoping they can limit the Guyanese to below 200 or so. And to do so, they can only do so by taking wickets. None more so than the wicket of Van Langer, who has looked good from the start. Played his spinners reasonably well. Chose his moments. Was able to capitalize on a couple of loose deliveries being served up to him. So he's there, and the Guyana, as long as he's there, Guyana will feel that they have a chance of and putting up a competitive total here this morning. It's walking this one to Morton. They at a short fine leg position and no run. So Van Langer, he'll keep the strike into the 42nd over. It's 166 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, I think what we are seeing from Van Langer so far, and not to say that he's anywhere near a finished article, but what we are seeing from him is that he understands what the team requires of him in a situation. So I'm seeing that at least from him in his batting. And may not always come off for him what he's trying to achieve, but I think he's well aware that his wicket is valuable at this point in the innings. So although he's looking to be positive, he's not going maybe at in fifth gear, so to speak. But I think he wants to try to bat out the remaining overs that are left and maybe expand in the last 2 or 3 overs of the innings if he's still there.
It's going to be Michael Palmer to continue proceedings. I think it's safe to say that we'll see the seamers in operation for the remainder of this innings. I don't think the captain will actually reintroduce spin. Michael McKenzie, he bowled his 10. Crook bowled 7, which I thought at that time should have really completed his full quota. So now they're forced to bowl the seamers at the end here. A bit different to what we saw yesterday in terms of the Barbados bowling effort. It was dominated by spin.
Yeah, Barbados, as soon as they were able to at the end of the 10th over, they just bowl all their spinners, and then they only went back to the pace when they could not bowl any more spin, literally. And I think part of that as well was the Leeward Islands deficiency. Sorry to use such a strong term, but I mean, it is what it is. They were very deficient in playing the spin bowlers.
This one is edging past the wicket keeper there, Joel Andrew. Not the best of efforts from him, really, to effect a catch or even prevent that from going for 4. But 4 more runs to Van Langer and brings up a well-played half-century as well. 51 from 64. And Guyana, they continue to march on here at the Parkway playing field. It's now 170, for the loss of 4.
It's very good batting from Van Langer. Bringing up that 50 of 65 deliveries. 1654s. And
it's edging this one again. Should get close to the boundary. It does. So luck is on his side definitely in this over. Michael Palmer looking a bit disappointed there. But another boundary there for Van Langer. Not in the area that he was hoping for, but a boundary nevertheless. It's 174 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, Leewards looking quite flat. You saw some animation from them when the spinners were on. But no one is saying a word. I'm really out there. Very quiet.
Third man moving a bit finer, following those 2. And this one is punching it down to the man there long off for a single. So 9 runs from the over so far. 1 delivery to go.
Yeah, so Van Langer, he made 48, I think. He was dismissed either on 48 or 49 in that fixture against Barbados in round number 3. And now he has crossed that half-century mark. So congratulations to the lad.
Chance there for if it was a clean pickup. Unfortunately, that didn't materialize there from Miller. And Van Langer crosses for another single. So a single to end the over there from Latif. He keeps strike. It's 176 for the loss of 4.
It's 176 for 4. They'll be looking at maybe a score in the vicinity of 220 from here. Maybe more if Van Langer probably, just presses the accelerator a little bit close to the end of the innings if he's still there and has partners around him. But it will definitely be an interesting chase later on for the Leeward Islands.
This one is flicking uppishly. Latif out to mid-wicket. for another single. So I think from a Guyanese perspective, that's basically his job at this point in time. Try and give more of the strike to Van Lange. Try and get to that 45th over or so. And then they can really try and put on the accelerator. Spoke about Van Lange. Apart from that 48 you were mentioning, he also had a couple of good scores in the tournament. With the bat, he has done well for Guyana in what has been a relatively poor batting performance throughout the two-day tournament.
They were able to come up with a win yesterday against the Jamaica team. Gulcharan Chulai, the left-arm spinner, has been really a shining beacon of light for the Guyana team. The Leewards would need somebody to stand up in the chase when it comes around. Skipper Andrew will feel that he owes his team some runs. Honore had that half century, and Palmer as well had those half centuries against Barbados in the two-day competition. So they do have some batting. Just hasn't really come to the fore so far in the tournament.
And coming into this game on the back of that performance yesterday, that batting performance where they were skittered out for 78, it really wouldn't instill a lot of confidence in their batting. So they would have to find themselves pretty quickly. This one is a Yorker length delivery, something that we spoke about in terms of being a strength of Nathan Edward. Van Lange, they're just getting that one out to long off.
Yeah, jamming down on it at the last moment. The big man. But a very good delivery there from Nathan.
And 78 for 4. Projected score is 210 based on the current scoring rate. Just around 4.19 runs per over. If they're able to get at least 6 runs per over, I think they will end up somewhere in that region of 220 that you spoke about. He's hitting this one up. Actually over covered there. Timing it reasonably well, Latif, and just putting it back inside the boundary. 2 more runs to the total. It's just opening up a bit there, Latif, and I'm sure that he himself will be relatively pleased with that.
Yeah, it does look like if he has the ability to play shots, even though he's not very powerful, but he has the ability to play shots. So he has played very well, much within himself. I think that given some of their batting performances in the tournament so far, they have, I suppose, understandably cautiously approached this innings after the loss of the skipper and Rampatab Ramnat.
Last couple of deliveries there, Nathan Edwards delivering from behind the umpire. Something different, a bit of variation from him.
Yeah, he does have all the tricks, as we would say. Seems to be a student of the game at this young age. Seems to learn quickly as well and adapt to situations.
Once again, that Yorker length delivery. Well played in the end, Van Lange. Bit of a wry smile from him. It's the end of that over. 43 overs completed. And at the end of it, Guyana 182 for the loss of 4.
It's 182 for 4 Guyana. And they're looking forward to these next 7 overs to see what will happen. Leeward Islands, they would want to just see the back for sure of Van Lange. And then see what they can do from there. There's still Lovell to come, who is a clean striker of the ball. And they'll be thinking that they really want to get 2 or 3 quick wickets here at the Leeward Islands to restrict the scoring. So Michael Palmer to continue. This one is a full toss and it's hit out of the ground for 6. Really was a bad delivery, a no ball. Don't know if it slipped out of his hands, but taken advantage of there by Van Lange, hitting it well over backward square leg for 6.
Well played by Van Lange. It was a full toss, a high one as well. Just swiveled on it, got it over to the deep square leg position for a massive 6. So well played by him in the end, and no ball as well. So he will have a free at the next delivery.
Yeah, and I think that will also be a warning for Palmer. So if he bowls another one, I think that he'll be out of the attack. But as we said before, just look at the Leeward Islands fielders on the field. I know it's a bit warm, not extremely hot because there's always a steady breeze here at Park Hill. But almost every man is down on his haunches, with maybe one exception, that of the diminutive Israel Morton and those who are on the side of the fence where the ball went over. So that will be Edward and Xavier Henry. So while we get that ball coming back to you, just look at the situation of the game. 189 for 4. 7 overs remaining. That's 42 deliveries. How many do you see them getting to from this position, Osden?
Well, we mentioned a lot will depend on Van Lange and his presence at the crease. You've seen him having the ability to clear any part of the scrum. A score of 64 from 71 deliveries so far. So it's 7 overs, just about 7 overs left. If he's there, then I'm sure they'll definitely be aiming in the region of 225, 230. And that, I think that would be a very competitive total.
Yeah, 225, 230. I think probably would be a minimum. Because I'm looking at the body language of the Leeward Islands team, and I think this could go pear-shaped quite quickly. If they don't find some will within them to raise their game from what is happening at the moment. Well, while we wait for things to get started, okay, well, they have decided then they will use a ball replacement. So they are not going to try to retrieve that one that went over the fence. So some young man or some young child, some young boy or girl in Park Hill will find that sometime, maybe later today or over the weekend, and have themselves a ball to go and knock around with. This is an excellent shot over, wide long off. That's a magnificent shot. And again, I mentioned to you, I'm looking at the body language of the Leeward Islands team, and I think they have almost already given up.
We saw a couple of those yesterday from Zion Brathwaite over extra cover. This was just as good from Van Lange. Delivery full length and just a length on it really, and powered it over deep extra cover for a massive 6. He's definitely on the go at this point in time. 70 from 72 deliveries. Guyana on the move.
This one goes over the top through the offside. Will go close to the boundary. 2 fielders there, really making a hash of it. I think he could have pulled it back, but not communicating as to who would really go after the ball. And another 4 to Van Lange.
Van Lange continues to dominate here at the Park Hill playing field. Another boundary on that occasion, on delivery on the line of the off stump, giving a bit of room outside the off stump and looking to replicate the previous shot, but just peeling off the outside edge and rushing into the boundary for 4 more. So 199 for 4 Guyana. Leeward Islands trying to really get back into this contest, trying to limit the damage. It's all about damage control at this point in time. Guyana, they seem to be in the ascendancy. 6 wickets in hand.
This time he goes over the top extra cover, but not timed as well. They have time for 2. Good throw there from the fielder. I think that a direct hit from Singh there would have seen the back of Riyad Latif.
Yes, Latif there perhaps underestimating the strength of the field there on the deep extra cover boundary. But once again, aiming for that extra cover region, Van Lange, and that's good to see.
It does seem to have that inside-out shot. That we have seen it from him on a few occasions so far in this game. This time he drives it powerfully down the ground. Should be cut off by the man at long on. But he's really hitting that ball quite hard now. Everybody has to be on their P's and Q's, the umpire, the non-striker, and the bowler for sure.
And everything seemed to be coming out of the middle of the bat in the last couple of overs from Van Lange. Seemed to be a relatively fit young man as well. Still running hard. I just think he's a very good cricketer based on what I've seen of him, both in the 2-day format and even here today.
Latif would be probably a bit disappointed with that. That one on his pads could have just turned the wrist a little bit more on it, or let it come on to him a little bit more. And would have gotten an easy single through the square leg area. 200 up for Guyana, 202 for 4.
I'm wondering if it has reached that stage, Alan, so where we should see a bit more positivity from Latif in terms of being a bit more expansive.
I think it's so, for sure. Makes an attempt on that occasion, but comes off the inner portion of the bat. Looking for 2, but 2 runs are not on there. I think that there would have never been 2 runs there, and that's the end of the over. Latif now will be on strike at the beginning of the next over. It's 203 for 4 Guyana. They still have all of 6 overs left, so be interesting to see how much they end up with. As you mentioned before, if they do not dismiss Jonathan Van Lange, it could be a very maybe you could say it's a 6 overs to forget for the Leeward Islands team if they do not see the back of him soon.
Yes, and Michael Palmer having his figures damaged in that particular over. 20 runs coming from it. Now have figures of 8 overs, 1 for 60. So in the last couple of overs, both batters have taken a liking to his bowling. And Guyana, well, they're already at 203. We were speaking about that par total of 200 from the get-go. They managed to reach 200 with 6 overs to go. Van Lange, thanks largely to that man Van Lange. He's still there. Definitely a chance here for him to bring up the 4th century of this tournament.
Yes. And Latif will be facing up to Miller. Very good shot there from Latif. Just doesn't have the power, but I mean, that was a very good shot over extra cover. Batsman with just a little bit more power and it would have been 4, but that was a very good shot actually.
Yeah, we spoke about him being a relatively organized player, but just doesn't have the power really to cause the type of problems that perhaps a Van Lange will cause for the opposition. But in the end, doing his job nicely, getting the single, giving the strike here to Van Lange. And as long as he's able to do that, from now on, I think the Guyanese will be relatively pleased.
This time he goes, and that's the wicket that they wanted. That slow delivery again from Matthew Miller, finally taking a wicket. He has bowled several of them today, and that's a massive wicket for the Leeward Islands. I think with that wicket, they're still in the game. Because if he had stayed until the 50th over, I don't think that they would have had an opportunity to win this game.
Yes, a big wicket at a very crucial point here in this encounter. Guyana just having crossed 200 and getting that big wicket there, Matthew Miller. His first wicket of the encounter. And what a better wicket. What a better way to end that innings from Van Lange. Brings the talented Lovell into strike.
You've seen Lovell a few times in this tournament so far, and generally bats at one pace, which is everything must go. And maybe want a delivery or 2 to see what is happening out there. A very good innings by Van Lange. I think it was around that time when he was maybe tiring just a bit. So he was looking just to make as much of an impact before he was dismissed.
We're talking about an impact, Alanson, the Trinidad and Tobago lower order. Trinidad and Tobago, lower order. Definitely making an impact. They're now 160 for 9. So staging a serious recovery there at the Annisvale playing field.
Well, they're playing against their arch rivals, Barbados, as this one goes down close to the boundary. Recovered there by young Israel Morton, who is actually playing, as we said, in number 37, which his late uncle Renato Morton used to wear as well, number 37. So they get 2 from that delivery.
In the other encounter, Jamaica responding to 96 being made by Windwards. They are 38 for 2.
Yeah, it's another slow delivery again from Miller. I think Windwards are definitely under some serious pressure in that game because it would be difficult for them to defend that 90 runs that they have made in Cumberland. But Trinidad definitely making a good fist of it, as you said, against their arch rivals Barbados. This one is another wide. So wide signal there by umpire Cisnet, Kevin Cisnet.
It's attempting that slow delivery once again. He's not been shy of using it throughout his spells.
Lovell looking for that big drive. Doesn't time it. Gets it straight to the man at extra cover. Who does the fielding? The run is conceded there. So that wicket off Van Lang, I think, has really changed the complexion of these last few overs. We always mentioned that a lot depended on him. And this one is 4 runs over the top of the man at third man. So a dangerous ploy to be bowling with the third man up, even though you're bowling those slower deliveries. And because of the width that is on offer, and that one was hit away for 4 by Lovell. So gets his account going at the end of over number 45. The score is now 211 for 5, Guyana under 19.
Well, that one was actually pace on, but gave a lot of room outside the off stump for Lovell. And as we mentioned before, he's a powerful man. Lovell hits the ball a long way. And on that occasion, getting the outer portion of the bat, but such is the power of the man. Just one bounce into the fence down at third man. So he's up and running. And Guyana will be hoping that he continues in that vein. It's 211 for 5. 5 overs remaining in this first innings.
So still an interesting 5 overs remaining here at the Park Hill playing field in this innings. You heard the updates from the other games from, was it Cato? This one is a drive. It's in the air. Good attempt there by the man at sweeper cover. It looks like Miller. He was herring around. Got there in the end with a dive, but wasn't able to hold on to it. But very a valiant attempt from him.
Yes, a good effort there by Miller out on the deep extra cover boundary. He had to run to his left. Dive and almost got there. Just going to hold on to that delivery. Latif once again looking to be explosive, but just as we said before, just doesn't have the power really. At least he hasn't demonstrated it so far.
So he drives on the ground toward the single. Brings Lovell now into strike. So Lovell now will be on strike to Nathan Edward, who has switched ends. Places Palmer, who was bowling at this end. Miller currently bowling at the go via center end. Beaten outside the off stump. Good length there from Nathan Edward. Just pitching on that Yorker length. Getting under the bat of Lovell, who was aiming something big over the offside.
There's a bit of pace there from Nathan Edward as well. I mentioned his ability to bowl that full length, that Yorker length at will in these back end overs. He's going to be crucial if they have to limit the scoring opportunities of the Guyanese batters.
This one had some weight on it outside the off stump. No wide signal there by umpire Brian. Lovell seemed to be looking for that wide call from the umpire, but umpire doesn't agree with him on this occasion. This one is off the inner portion of the bat down to the man at long on. Doesn't time it well, Lovell. Another Yorker length delivery.
It's a good over so far in the context of the game. 4 runs from it, 1 delivery to go.
Yeah, he's almost a bit of a death over specialist as well, Nathan Edward. With those Yorkers that he bowls quite consistently. Also mixes his pace up and his lengths as well. This time he goes over the offside. That time he should be caught. Yes, he's caught. And so Miller this time gets there comfortably in the end and takes the catch. And so that's the end of Real Latif. Really looking to play the power game. Doesn't seem to have it. But was doing what was needed for his team. And so now they see the back of him. And Andrew Lim replaces him at the wicket.
He tried his best, Latif. He really was crucial in terms of forming that partnership with Van Lang at that point in time. That was a critical partnership for the Guyanese team because it laid the platform for them to really try and accelerate in these last 10 overs or so. But as you mentioned, just doesn't have the power game about him. And on that occasion, just falling short there in terms of trying to find that boundary over extra cover. A good catch taken there by Miller on his second attempt. Previously dived forward and just spilled it in the end, but on that occasion he wasn't letting that one fall anyway.
Lovell goes down the ground for 6 runs. This one was pitched up by Miller, and Lovell there showing his power. Hitting that one over the top for a straight 6.
Yes, and we've seen that on so many occasions from Lovell. He's a clean striker of the cricket ball. Miller on that occasion again opting for that slower delivery. And Lovell seemed to have been waiting for that one and deposited it over long on for a massive 6.
This time he's looking to repeat the shot, but the length has changed. Thinking of 2, but they won't take on Tianik Onori, who comes in rapidly off the mid-wicket boundary.
It's just putting his length back there, Miller. Lovell looking to go across the line this time. Maybe he would have been better served to aim a bit straighter. Getting the single in the end, that brings Andrew Lim into strike. Haven't seen a lot of him, Andrew Lim. I'm sure he would know what is expected at this point in time. 3.4 overs remaining in the innings. Just needs to get bat on ball, really.
Yeah, let's get bat on ball. Give the strike to Lovell, who no can care the boundaries. Does get bat on ball, but straight to the man at point, Mackenzie. So no run on that occasion.
Well, earlier we were speaking about that region of 225 to 230, and most of our targets are being ticked off so far by the Guyanese teams. Thankfully for them.
Yes, but worryingly for the Leewards. So Lim has shown that he has some power as well, striking that one quite nicely down to long on. So
there's 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Lovell will be looking to end on a high. Matthew Miller will be looking to add a couple wickets to his name.
It has been a good spell from Miller. He has come in for some punishment here and there, especially in the last few overs, but based on what he's bowling, you could see that he's a thinking bowler. And he has taken that massive wicket off Van Langer. This one hit down the ground, should be out, and that's the end of Lovell. Hitting it straight to the man at long off, and that's another wicket there for Miller. So he continues to do the business for his team here at the back end.
Yes, and Lovell there choosing to go on the biggest part of the ground, really. It's hard to clear that long off region batting from this end, and in the end, There was Tong coming around, taking a rather comfortable catch in the end. So low he goes. Guyana lose another wicket. It's 223 for the loss of 7. Another good breakthrough there by Matthew Miller.
Yes, a good breakthrough, and it brings Isaiah Thorne to the crease, batting at number 9. There are 19 legal deliveries remaining in this innings. And the Leewards mounting a sort of a comeback here at this point. Through the bowling of Miller. 2 wickets for him in his last 2 overs. He will have 1 more left after this one, so it's likely that he'll be bowling the 49th as well. Looking for an almighty swing there was done. I tell you what, if he had gotten connection with that one would have been hit all the way to Georgetown.
Such as his swing there from Isaiah Thorne. He's actually a very good strike of the ball. So he's a good man to have here in the back end of the innings with 3 overs remaining. And both of these players will be looking to maximize their scoring opportunities. You mentioned 18 deliveries, so at least score at a run a ball. That would get them to 241. And maybe they can get a bit greedier and aim up to 250.
Yeah, 250 I think will be a very good score. Even 240 will still be a very good score, but 250 will definitely have some psychological aspects to it in terms of what the batting team will look to and see on the scorecard when they go to chase. This one almost was the end of Andrew Lim. He has to be mindful of that length. He doesn't seem to be a batsman who is really bending his front foot all the way down. So there's a space there, a gap almost between his bat and the ground. And I think that is where Nathan Edward will be aiming.
That's a very good delivery to start this over from Nathan Edward. Both a very good last over as well.
Excellent Yorker again, single taken. So I think he has, if he can get some Yorkers online in this over, I think he can end up with a few wickets in this over. Because I don't think that Isaiah Thorne is going to die wandering.
Yes, he's been immaculate so far in terms of those Yorkers. Mentioned that's a feature of his bowling. And it's good to see the young man in operation, executing his skills.
Thorne goes over extra cover for 6. Misses the Yorker on that occasion. And that's a shot of a top order batsman. I think that Carl Hooper would have been proud of that one.
We mentioned that he's a very good striker of the cricket ball, Isaiah Thorne. We saw him a couple of tournaments ago depositing a few on the banks up here, the grass banks up here. So he definitely have the strength and timing. On that occasion, you mentioned Nathan Edward just missing his length, offering a bit of room outside the off stump, and Isaiah Thorne said thank you very much.
This one wide outside the off stump. So definitely you could see what the idea is from Thorne. He's looking to hit every ball for 6 really. Lim coming down to have a word with him. We just say, look at it, buddy, and choose your deliveries wisely.
I was just about to say that having hit that previous delivery for 6, I don't think a lot of advice would really penetrate Isaiah Thorne at this point in time.
Yes, this one down too long off for a single. Was a full toss, so you'll be a bit disappointed with that one.
Both of these players being West Indies under 19 players as well. So I'm sure there's some sort of friendly rivalry between the two.
Yeah, they are bowling partners for the under 19 team. So single also taken off that last delivery of the over. After 48 overs, Guyana under 19, they're 232 for 7.
Yes, 9 runs coming from that last over. So that's a very good return there for the Guyanese team. We mentioned they have to maximize scoring opportunities in these last couple of overs, and they've been able to do so in that last over with that massive 6 over extra cover from Isaiah Thorne. You'll be looking to do more of the same in the remaining deliveries, but 232 for 7, a very good effort so far by the Guyanese team. Having won the toss and bat first, they were always mandated to put up a good batting performance if they had to really put any sort of pressure on this Leeward Island team, and so far they've been able to do so. Miller into his last over, and that slow ball once again causing a bit of uncertainty for the batter on that occasion, Andrew Lim.
Yeah, I think Andrew Lim ended up playing about 4 shots to that delivery. In the end, he just dug it out, being really deceived there by the lack of pace on that delivery. And all is well that ends well for Lim. I think he'll be looking for that slow delivery again against Isaiah Thorne. And then a big swing from Thorne. He was looking to hit that one, maybe in this case to Linden instead of to Georgetown in Guyana. But missing altogether. This time he picks the slow ball. And he will be out caught. A very good catch there by the man out on the sweeper cover boundary. Not a bad attempt by him to clear the cover boundary, but that slow delivery, that lack of pace, in the end defeated him as he was hitting into the wind. So good bowling and good smarts there from Matthew Miller.
Yes, once again utilizing that slow delivery, and this occasion Thorne looking maybe to go a bit more straighter over extra cover itself, but that one peeled off the outside edge and went towards that deep point region, and a good catch out there on the boundary. And Thorne goes from a small cameo from him, 7 from 6. It's 33 for the loss of 8. So 9 deliveries to go in the innings. As we see Chulai.
Yes, and the batsman is Krishna Singh.
Oh, Singh, sorry.
Yeah, Chulai, I think he bats at 11. So I think he'll be probably batting next. So the Leewards will want to continue taking wickets here. Miller has the opportunity to end. If he bowls a good 3 deliveries there, he could possibly get 5. His last 3. Well played by Singh. Keeps him out. Still has the opportunity to get 5 if he can take 2 and 2. So a very slow delivery again, that characteristic slow delivery from Miller. So 1 delivery left in his over. 234 for 8, Guyana. I think that if you had told them that they could get around this score after they were 8 for 1 this morning, they would have bitten your hands off.
Agreed. Very good recovery from them. They were able to forge some important partnerships along the way. None more so than the partnership between the captain and Rampatab Ramnath. Put on a partnership of 80 all year on.
And at his limb, he expected that slow delivery. Was probably like 5 paces down the wicket, pushing it for a single. So that's the end of the over. At the end of 49, the score is now 235 for 8, Guyana on the 19. You have 6 deliveries left in the innings.
Yes, just 3 runs coming from that over, the penultimate over of the innings. A very good effort there from Matthew Miller. He mentioned he has been reasonably impressive in his spell. Figures of 3 for 46 from his 10 overs.
So the final over will be bowled by Nathan Edward. He'll be bowling to Andrew Lim, who will be on strike. One batsman to come, who is Gulcharan Chulai. And the third man comes up into the circle, so looks like he'll be going with those slow deliveries again. And maybe the Yorker. Slower delivery, struck down the ground. But I think that they have decided that Lim will take most of the strike in this over, if not all of the deliveries. They don't trust Kirsten Singh to get too many runs from the over. Do you agree with this type of ploy? You've seen it in recent times.
Yeah, well, I guess Lim is in a better position in terms of knowing the competency of his batting partner. And maybe he feels that he's best suited to get runs here for his team. Assume that he will come back for a second on this occasion. Chance for a run out, actually. And a lazy attempt, it must be said, from Nathan Edward. Really had the opportunity there to run out Krishna Singh. But 2 runs, I think even numbers would be the way to go here for Andrew Lim.
Yeah, really, that should have been run out. The throw wasn't the best of throws, but if he had gathered it cleanly and gotten it back to the stump, I think Singh would have been shot. Him looking to strike that one somewhere back to Bobis in Guyana.
A far distance away. Okay, he was nowhere near that one. Still 3 deliveries left in this over. Can they get to 250?
This one is out of the ground. That's a big 6 there by Lim. He gets that one how he wanted it. That slow delivery was too short there from Nathan Edward. And he got a hold of that one. It traveled like a tracer bullet over the long on boundary for 6.
Well, for a moment there, he was threatening that 6 from Kyle Jordan yesterday. But just fell short of it by a couple of meters. But well played there by Lim. We saw the best of him on that occasion. Timed the ball beautifully. He made a very good song off the bat. Traveled a mighty long way for a massive 6.
And it also flew quite flat. Didn't really leave the ground too much. It wasn't a type of high, lofty shot.
You can see in the distance a young man trying to locate the ball.
We're already behind the 8 ball here in terms of time with a few lost balls and interruptions. So I think that they may just go ahead with a different ball for these 2 deliveries if they can. Just to ensure that we get to lunch in a reasonable time, because tell you what, it's already 11 past 1 here now. Lunch scheduled for 1 p.m. So while the young man on the bank looks for the ball, we'll continue with a replacement here. And the way that Andrew Lim was facing up to those deliveries, I do not think that length was the best length to bowl, because he doesn't look so great against a fuller delivery, but he's flat batting the shorter ones. This one a full toss, hits it down the ground. Goes for 4. It goes through Israel Morton for 4. And that really epitomizes the last maybe half an hour to an hour for the Leeward Islands. That feeling effort there by Morton. And it's 247 for 8 here now. 1 delivery left. Can they get to 250?
Yes, a very disappointing effort there from Morton. He has done well in the field so far. Did a lot of boundary work. But on that occasion, just gifting 4 runs really to the Guyana team. He was under no pressure really. The batters weren't threatened to run.
This one is punched down too long on. They're looking for 2. And he leaves it. Wow. Really, you think he should collect that one? But at the end of it, they have gotten to 249 for 8 at the end of their 50 overs. And so that means that a square figure of 250 will be required. by the Leeward Islands batsman after lunch this afternoon?
Well, we spoke about that magical figure of 250 being a psychological boost for the Guyanese team. They'll be relatively pleased with their performance, thanks to a very good half century by Jonathan Van Launch, who made 77 and really set up this innings for the Guyana team. The Leeward Islands, we mentioned, just falling off in the end in terms of their commitment, but they'll be hoping that they can put up a good showing here this afternoon, and if they do, we're definitely in for some very good cricket here at the Parkway playing field.
So that's all we have at the moment from Parking. We'll come back to you in just about half an hour's time after lunch for the Leeward Islands innings as they go in pursuit of 250 to win.
We have action here in the second part of this encounter between Guyana under 19 and Leeward Islands under 19. Remember earlier, Guyana, they won the toss, selected to bat first, put up a reasonable total on the board, considering what we've seen in the tournament so far. Total of 249 for 8. So it means that the Leeward Islands under 19 will need 250 in order to get victory here in this encounter. As we welcome back our co-commentator, Mr. Alan Sukrukshan. Alan, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all our viewers. It's 250, as you said, required by the Leeward Islands to chase down this target. The openers Henry and Singh at the crease. They'll be facing up against the pace of Isaiah Thorne.
Yes, it's definitely going to be a difficult task, considering what has transpired before in terms of the batting of the Leeward Islands. You mentioned coming out of that game yesterday where they were chasing 108 and they were skittled out for 78. It's a completely different pitch, different environment. We have very good sunshine here at the Parkway playing field. The wicket is very good for batting as well. So they'll be hoping for an improved performance from their batsmen this afternoon.
Absolutely, and looking at the lineup, they have made a few changes. They do have Julian during the lineup. They do have Honore, who had some runs in the 4-day games, and Palmer. So we'll be hoping that those big three come off today.
We're hoping so indeed. Leeward Island supporters. There's quite a few of them here. I'm traveling with their child or ward. And they will definitely be hoping for some improvement in terms of the batting, as we see Isaiah Thorne forced delivery, hitting him on the pad. And maybe heading down the leg side. Not a big appeal there from Thorne. And up and running. Isaiah Thorne doesn't really need any sort of introduction at this level. We've seen him for the past couple of years.
Yeah, playing for Guyana senior team in the first class cricket competition. They win in the West Indies. Did very well this year in that competition. Was also in England. Had some bowling in that practice match that West Indies had before the Test series, along with Johan Lane.
He's definitely a young man that I'm sure we'll see, not in the too distant future, wearing the maroon colours if he's to continue along this line of improvement. We have seen noticeable improvement in terms of his bowling. Saw him in that 2-day game versus the Barbados team. Bowled reasonably well in the first innings.
Yeah, his first spell was very impressive. You could see that he was what his plans were to each batsman and how he was actually executing and building up to wicket-taking deliveries.
Seemed to be carrying quite a little bit of a knock in that game as well, later on in that game. Hopefully he would have recovered fully from that. And we'll see the best of him here this afternoon, because Guyana will definitely need him to give them a start.
Yes, very important as cog in the wheel of the Guyana attack is Thorne, the quickest bowler, probably the quickest in the competition as well. And very experienced. Gets the ball to move around a bit as well. It's bowling to a slip and a gully.
This one is wrapped on the pad again, second time in the over. Umpire Cisnet, yes, Cisnet out of Barbados. I'm judging that one not in the favor of Isaiah Thorne.
Well, something that we have seen from Thorne is that he has that ability to get the ball to come in late to the right-hander or to leave the left-hander late. And that angle may be actually working just a bit against him here with those LBW appeals.
Leeward Island openers here will be looking to get off to a very good start to split themselves in. Xavier Henry and Devanon Singh.
Henry, I haven't seen him in the tournament as yet, but I saw Singh in that fixture against Barbados at Arnersville.
It's a very good delivery once again. Loud appeal by Isaiah Thorne. I think he was beaten for pace on that occasion, Xavier Henry. But in the end, a very good start by Thorne. Made over to start proceedings here this afternoon. Leeward Islands yet to score, needing 250 for victory.
Yes, Thorne with that opening over, maiden as you mentioned, he will be very important to them. If he could, even if he doesn't take initial wickets, if he could bowl very tight and put the pressure on the openers, then the scoreboard would probably start to put enough pressure on the remaining batsmen as they come in. And very important for him to be on the money immediately, and that is exactly what he was. Good lines and lengths in that over. A little bit of movement, especially into the batsman. That last one just rushing Henry for a bit of pace and inward movement.
Yes, just to update you on the other games being played. We mentioned that interesting encounter at Cumberland, Windies Islands versus Jamaica. Jamaica really made a fist of that run chase, just getting there in the end, a chase of 97, losing 7 wickets down there in Cumberland. The other game between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados on the 19, Trinidad and Tobago recovered to 161, and Barbados on the 19 did 27 for 1. So you can follow those games, as we mentioned before, on the Windies page on YouTube, as we see good looking drive here from Singh and Van Longe coming across there to his left. Can't prevent the single though, and he's up and running. Devanan Singh.
Yeah, we saw Singh in the 2-day tournament. Was quite defensive, so it's good to see that he was positive in terms of his stroke and his running on that occasion. They will need to be off to a good start. They need 5 runs and over to overhaul this target.
This one is on the line of the leg stump there by Lovell. Thaddeus Lovell was ably supported his partner in terms of Thorne throughout the tournament. Doesn't have the pace of Thorne, but just have enough at times to trouble the batters.
Yes, he also likes to bowl quite short, from what we saw and remember in the 2-day competition.
Another delivery on the line of the leg stump. Singh there looking to hit that one over mid-wicket. Looking reasonably disappointed they didn't have any sort of contact on that one. There was a delivery on the line of the leg stump.
Yeah, he was thinking to himself that that was a free opportunity to score, really, a freebie. And hitting him on the pad, only getting a single, so you'll think that he was at least 3 or 5 runs short.
Loud moan there from Xavier Henry, showing his disappointment in that time in that delivery. Free without loss into over number 2. Delivery on the line of the leg stump once again. So just losing his bearings here earlier on, Lovell.
Yeah, that one wide. And the wind actually should be helping him to bowl outside the off stump because it's blowing from onside to offside for the right-hander. So needs to find his radar very quickly here, Lovell. Extras, they do add up.
We've also mentioned that the wind has actually picked up as well. Earlier on in the morning it was a bit still, but we could see those trees dancing in a distance.
It tends to happen in the afternoon, and when the wind picks up as well, what tends to happen is that you may get some afternoon showers, and we're hoping against it this afternoon. As we said, the forecast is better for today, so we really hope that if the conditions will remain good for cricket here at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, we definitely have a very good match on our hands, and we love to see full complement of overs. This one is getting the inner portion of the bat out to square leg, coming back for second. Bit of indecision, and a very good show in the end from number 47, which I believe is Ramnath, 49. I'll get that verified for you really quickly. And it's the end of the second over. At the end of the Leeward Islands on the 19, responding to 249 being made by Guyana in the first innings. They're 5 without loss.
Yeah, that feel on the boundary there. Who did the feeling? It was Ramnath, the younger Ramnath, Rampasad Ramnath, who opened the batting for Guyana. So 2 overs have gone, as you mentioned. Quite a sedate start from the Leeward Islands. But they will be pleased at least that they have not lost a wicket. They do have the firepower to catch up with the run rate if they need to, but they will need to sustain it over a longer period because of the score made by Guyana.
Agreed. And from a Leeward Islands perspective, I think it's critical for them to get a good platform. Whenever you're chasing a reasonable total, as we have here this afternoon, you have to give yourself a chance. And in doing so, you have to get a platform going. This spell versus Isaiah Thorne is going to be crucial for them. They don't want to give him any sort of wickets, any sort of encouragement.
Yeah, and Guyana, on the other hand, would want him to take a few wickets because if they get a few wickets in the power play, his first power play, it could derail the chase very easily and quite early in the piece.
You mentioned the approach of the Leeward Island batters. It's going to be crucial at the top of the order here. What we saw yesterday in the game between Barbados and Windies, both teams opting to be a bit more positive in the power play, really took advantage of those first 10 overs or so. And when the ball was new, coming onto the bat nicely. And I'm guessing that a similar approach might be taken by the Leeward Island batters. I'm not too sure about the capabilities or even the traits of these two, if they're able to do such, and whether or not they'll be able to do such against the competency of Isaiah Thorne.
Well, looking at what I've seen so far from the both of them, the two seem quite defensive in their play. Henry has faced all of 12 deliveries, hasn't really lifted his batting angle, but and he has faced some good deliveries as well. But I think really he needs to get behind the ball, drop it somewhere close to him, and try to get some singles. This approach will not be problematic if they're chasing 150 or 170, but a score of 250, it can end up putting a lot of pressure on the batting lineup to come because of the magnitude of the score that they're chasing, and you don't want to be out of the game too early. So really they should be trying to get as many singles as they can to rotate the strike. If they don't get the bad balls, then that is what the plan should be. You don't expect that they'll get a lot of bad deliveries from Thorne.
I think that was a feature of yesterday's encounter in terms of even within the power play, both teams, and it says for short delivery, a bit of lift, a bit of pace. I think that would have gotten a lot of the fielders out there excited. You can hear their voices being raised a few decibels.
Yeah, not just the fielders, but spectators as well. Everybody here at Park Hill just getting a little bit excited with that delivery from Thorne. He's had some pace, had some menace. See the big fast bowler running in and letting one fly.
It's another maiden over, so 2 maidens on the trot for Isaiah Thorne, just the start he was looking for. And after 3 overs, Leeward Islands, they have crawled really along to 5 without loss.
Based on what we have seen, do you think that is a plan, just to play out Thorne? And if they're playing him out, I don't think that they could survive by playing him for 10 maidens if he's going to bowl 10 overs. So not too sure about the approach. Not saying that they should go hell for leather. Of course, he's bowling well, and he's the top bowler in the opposition team, top pacer. But I mean, some of those defensive pushes, I mean, if you just angle the bat slightly differently, or even let them hit the bat as opposed to actually pushing at them, just let it hit the bat and die off close on the pitch there, might get a single.
Lovely it is. This one is getting a bit of lift outside the off stump. Not a dot delivery, so good start by these 2 seamers, not giving a lot away. trying to exert a bit of all the pressure on the Leeward Island batters.
Yeah, aside from a few wides that we have seen from Lovell in particular, haven't seen a lot of bad deliveries. So if they're waiting on bad deliveries, then they may have to wait quite long for them.
Something that we've spoken about extensively is the fact that this particular wicket here in Park Hill, seemed to be very good for batting in the power play. Ball tend to come on to the bat nicely for you as a batter to play your shots. Seen the likes of Rampasad, Ramnat today, enjoying conditions out there, timing the ball wonderfully. Yesterday we had the likes of Kyle Jordan, Stefan Pascal, these young men enjoying conditions here in Park Hill. So I would like to think that the two batters currently in the middle, after being there for a couple of overs, they should be able to enjoy conditions and improve their scoring or even the strike rate during this first power play. This one is pulled officially, just past the man there at mid-wicket for 2 runs. So 2 runs added to Singh. He's up to 3. And the Leeward Islands up to 7 without loss.
Yeah, Singh so far, and I remember he played an innings of 4 of about 40 odd deliveries in the 2-day game. But he has admittedly looked more, to be batting with more intent.
And that is manifested in that wonderful pull stroke by Singh. Just as you were saying, a bit more intent in his batting here this afternoon. And we said there's a very good wicket for batting. That one was short, went back and pulled it in front of square into the fence. So his first boundary, Guyana's first as well. They're up to 11 without loss.
Yeah, he's batting with a lot more intent, as I mentioned, in this game. And a lot more intent than his partner, who Henry just seems to be content just to play out the deliveries. But, you know, they have to be more positive than that, given the score that they have to chase.
This one is short of a length outside the off stump. And Singh looking to punch it through the cover. So the 6 runs coming from that over, a bit better from the Leeward Islands. At the end of 4 overs, they're 11 without loss.
One point that I need to make there is that, admittedly as well, Singh has been facing more of Lovell, while Henry has been facing more of Thorne. So obviously, a bit of a difference there in terms of the ability of the 2 opening bowlers and the pace as well. But I think Henry, those defensive shots that he's playing, he needs to try to get some singles off some of them. He has shaped fairly well in the crease nicely. He's been looking to bat in straight lines. But just some angling of the bat, some slackening of the wrist from time to time can get him some singles here.
Like we said in the game yesterday, a couple of the openers unsure. They were able to get the ball into the gaps, down to third man, down to fine leg. Kept the scoreboard running. It's delivery outside the off stump once again. Shoulders, arms there from Xavier Henry.
So we haven't seen him much in the tournament so far, Henry. So we don't know much about his batting. I don't know if he's usually aggressive, if he's usually this type of player that we have seen so far in his first 17 deliveries. So we really don't know much. Can't really comment on how he should approach it based on what we know, because we don't know anything about him as a player. But what we can say is that 1 of 17 deliveries really is heaping some pressure on himself, firstly, and obviously on his batting partner and those to come.
This one is punching down the ground. Should be able to get a single comfortably. That's all they get. So he's added 1 to his total, 2. And Leeward Islands up to 12 without loss. That delivery, Thorne perhaps looking for the Yorker lane delivery on that occasion. And Xavier Henry played a good looking on drive. Singh facing up to Thorne for the first time. It's a short delivery. Rushed on to him. I'm not too sure if that was on his helmet or if he actually got some bat onto it.
I don't think it struck him in the helmet. Just rushed onto his glove area. Came off that kind of soft sound that you'd hear from the glove. Was looking to get inside the line, but by the time he made that movement across, it was already on him.
It was a quick delivery there. Not the tallest of men, Devanon Singh. It'll be interesting to see how he goes from now on. He's on to the front foot. Plays it out to the man at backward point. The lunge, van lunge, sorry. There's a man at slip, a man at gully. Backward point, cover. Mid off, a straightish mid on. A man at square leg. A third man and a man at deep fine leg.
Yeah, well, with the size of the fine leg boundary, especially from this end, and with the pace of Thorn, I think he might be better served just to go up. Go from under to up with some of those shots if he's going to go for the pull, rather than trying to roll the wrist over it. Because it's probably just about a 50-meter hit for 6 over the boundary down to fine leg. With the pace that Thorn is bowling, once you are able to get some good bat on it, it will fly you.
Just need to use the pace if that is available, whenever he's afforded that opportunity. Once again, lifting delivery on the line of the off stump this time. And thankfully for him, just evaded that man there at gully, down to fine leg for a single. So Thorn causing a bit of problems, a bit of discomfort here for both of these batters. But at the end of the 5th over, Leeward Islands, yes, in response to 249 being made by Guyana, they're 12 without loss.
It's 5 overs have gone, they're 12 without loss. This is scoring at only 2.4 runs and over. So quite slow going here for them up until this point. Isaiah Thorn, you know, he has bowled 3 overs and he has gone for 2 runs. He's really asking a lot of questions here.
Lovell, this one is a wide delivery outside the off stump. But in the previous over, we were saying that Xavier Henry, he has faced most of the deliveries from Thorn, and Singh, he has played most of the deliveries from Lovell, but we have seen a switch in play now. In that last over, to be exact, where Singh had to face up to Thorn, and he definitely caused them a bit of discomfort on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I think that the Singh is a bit vertically challenged, as you would say. And so those lifting deliveries from Thorn, it would be very difficult for him to get over them. So as we said before, he could go with the bounce and the pace if he wants to, if he has that gumption. Because I assure you the boundaries on that in a short, they will give him the reward.
This one is inside edge, past wicket keeper Vieira, and into the boundary now for 4. So fortuitous there from Singh, but he'll welcome that with open arms. Guyana will welcome that with open arms as they move on to 18 without loss into over number 6.
Yeah, that's an important boundary for them, albeit that it was inadvertent. They have been going at just over 2 runs and over. But with that boundary, they get the score up to 18. If they can get a few singles out the remainder of the over, then they will be in a good position to continue to build on the platform.
In terms of the bowling options for Guyana, still have Van Lunge, his right arm medium. We have the spin of Chulai, who we can both agree as being one of the finds of the tournament in terms of spin bowling options.
Yeah, he has bowled extremely well, Chulai. has troubled batsmen from all the teams. And we have a lot of returning spinners who we have seen before, but first time we've seen Chula in this tournament, and he has impressed one and all.
Captain Dindial as well. And bowlers is driving this one up officially. Past the man there at short cover. Bit of protection on the boundary with the limb. Comes in and limits the batters to a single. 19 without loss.
I'm trying to remember if Guyana had a third pacer. Because if not, it means that these two would have to bowl the first 5 overs apiece. It's just reminded that Van Langer bowls his medium paces as well. So he may have to do some bowling soon. Maybe a change after this over from Lovell. Batsmen seem to be settling into the bowling of Lovell. And at the end of the over, it's 20 without loss. See the figures they have thrown. 3 overs, 16 dot deliveries. So he's only bowled 2 deliveries that have not been dots. 3 overs, 11 dot deliveries to Lovell. So that's a telling statistic there in and of itself. Not much rotation of strike. And so that has really just heaped some pressure on the opening pair. Not that the run rate has spiraled out of control as yet, but if they are to get up to the pace, then they really would need to rotate the strike a bit better.
Yes, we spoke about the rotation of strike being a crucial part of this run chase. Not only against the seamers, but whenever the spinners come into operation as well. And you've seen so far in games played here that whenever the spin has been introduced, it has really put a break on the scoring rate. Leeward Islands will be hoping that they can actually play that phase of the game a bit better than some of the teams we have seen so far. Another short delivery. This one missing everything. Vieira cannot stop it. And into the boundary now. So 4 byes. And the score moves on to 24 without loss.
Yeah, that one was a bit shorter than some of the previous ones, but still at a good height. Testing Henry, who is maybe 8 or 9 inches taller than Singh at the other end. But just pitching just a little bit before it got to Vieira, was unable to prevent it from getting to the boundary. So maybe he needs to take a step or 2 up from where he is. The issue is that sometimes 1 or 2 does fly through, and that's probably what he's a bit worried about.
Once again, that short of a length delivery causing some problems for both of these openers. On that occasion, again, getting the outer portion of the bat, but evading the men there in the slip cordon. Down to third man for a single.
I tell you what, based on the length of that third man boundary, an uppercut is not a bad option. That's what I've been speaking about. It will clear him quite easily if you get at least half a bat on it with the pace that Thorn is bowling.
I get the sense, Alan, so that you're one for attacking the short ball as opposed to being defensive, is it? This one again, edging down to third man, a brilliant stop. And 2 runs completed. Well done there by Chulai on the third man boundary. Having to put in a lot of work earlier on in this run chase.
Yeah, you mentioned attacking the short ball. Well, it's an attacking game. It's 50 overs cricket. I mean, I guess probably might be symptomatic of the time I grew up and the cricket that I saw most of my life. I saw most batsmen attacking short deliveries, not just in West Indies cricket, but elsewhere. Quite a few who were strong on the back foot across world cricket, late 80s, 90s. So Graham Gooch from England almost basically reinvented himself in his last couple of series against the West Indies to be a very attacking batsman against shorter stuff. Saw several other batsmen. Arvinder like to take on the short ball as well, playing for Sri Lanka. It's only in recent time that you see that a lot of batsmen become a little more uncomfortable against short pitch stuff because several of them have that early front foot movement. So the weight is already forward.
I'll get back to you on that one. Another dot delivery here by Isaiah Thorne. Is it safe to say, Amalance, that during the 80s, with less protection around, it was rather more important that you find a way of actually scoring against the short delivery, as opposed to now where you have multiple protection in terms of helmets and tie pads and all these things, but yet the players not being as effective or efficient at playing the short ball as before?
Yes, and if you go back to all that time, or even the early 80s, which would be before me, late 70s, you had the opportunity to bowl more short deliveries in the over.
This one is swiveling on it, out to deep square leg. And there was Lovell coming around, makes a very good stop on the square leg boundary, limiting the batters there to a single. So there's more of what you were talking about, Alance, in terms of attacking the short ball on that occasion. So not a single added there to Singh. And at the end of the 6th over, Leeward Islands responding to 249, they're 25 without loss.
Yeah, so they've gotten their run rate over 4 runs and over, which is what they need to do. And just keep building, keep the wickets in hand. So they don't want to fall too far behind the 8 ball too early. Singh looking quite enterprising, short lad, but seems to have a lot of character. What he has been doing is trying to get inside the line of the short delivery, work it on the leg side, which he has done on the previous delivery, that last delivery of Thorns over. Saw him getting well inside the line and turning that delivery, well, pulling that delivery down through the square leg region. Wasn't able to get 4, but it was well executed. He kept it along the ground, rolled his wrist over it.
It's a small halt in proceedings here, as we see a couple of substitute fielders coming in for Isaiah Thorne and Jonathan Van Longe. We're seeking some medical attention.
So Lovell, as you mentioned, he's continuing. What you're seeing here is an interesting field because they have brought the gully quite close, which is it. If you look at him there, it's Rampatab Ramnath. He's quite close in there.
That's a lovely shot over cover. My goodness, we have seen some wonderful shots being executed here at the Parkway playing field, and that is just up there with the collection.
And that was exquisite there from Singh. He was on the back foot, just collapsed the back leg to get the elevation, and then went over that man at extra cover. A lovely shot there from Singh, beating the man on the sweeper boundary for 4. You're mentioning that Ramnath is quite close at gully. Somehow I don't think that he's there for maybe the attacking shot, but probably that defensive product of a lifting delivery that kind of just lobs up to him, because if it's off the full face of the bat, then I don't think he'll have enough time to react.
Agreed. Just having a bit of issue in terms of the score you're seeing on your screen. We'll have that verified for you in a second from our scorers. We can assure you that no wicket has fallen as yet. That will be the most important stat there from a Leeward Islands perspective.
Yeah, this is actually the 8th over being bowled. So that will come up quite shortly. Perhaps he's also there. That's why it is called. Perhaps he's also there for that open face glide down to third man. Because I don't think a full-blooded cut or drive that peels to him, that he'll have enough time to react in that shortish gully.
But what we're seeing, because of the change in the field, it has forced Lovell to bowl a bit wide outside the off stump, and on a couple of occasions he has now erred, bowling a bit too wide, and he's pulling that one straight to the man at mid-wicket. It's a shot that we have seen on a couple of occasions from Singh where he nailed it over mid-wicket, but on that occasion not getting the elevation right, and he's very disappointed, rightfully so. It was a short of a length delivery, went back, but pulled it straight into the hands of the man there at mid-wicket. So Guyana, they made their first breakthrough here, and Singh, he goes.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier that when he's pulling, he's still trying to get the ball down, but there's really nobody out there. There's acres of space, so it might be better served just going up with the pull and getting it over the infield. Because you saw him go close to that man at mid-wicket in a couple of occasions, trying to keep the pull down, which is difficult on that end of the field as well, because there's a big drop off from the pitch to the rest of the outfield on that side of the park. So trying to get the ball down before it gets to the players there is even more difficult than it normally would be. So that's the back of Singh. It brings Michael Palmer to the crease. He's also quite aggressive batsman. And Singh was actually looking quite good at the wicket, so you'll be disappointed with that. Got off to a good start and would have had some hopes to bring up a good score here for his team, and maybe even to help them to get to that target of 250 in a significant manner. But he has been dismissed. Sharp catch there by the man at the mid-wicket. I think that was Singh at the mid-wicket. And Palmer, the new batsman, will be on strike.
So Michael Palmer opening the bowling as well, batting in the top three. He's one of those multi-dimensional players.
Slower ball there from Lovell. It's forward and it's pushing it back down the pitch. I think that's the end of the over, was that?
Yes, and at the end of it, the Leeward Islands there. 38 for 1. Yes, 38 for 1. I think we have managed to correct the score on the screen. So 38 for 1, Leeward Islands. That wicket of Singh. And going in that over from Lovell.
Yeah, 38 for 1. It's not a bad start. They'll be disappointed that they have lost Singh, who was looking quite aggressive for 20 of 26. But it also brings Michael Palmer to the wicket. I think a lot will depend on him, Joel Andrew and Honore. That's really the engine room of their batting there, those three. And if the Guyana are to dismiss those three quite quickly, then it could be quite an easy sailing for them from there on.
New bowler is Jonathan Van Langer. So after his exploits with the bat, he's into the bowling attack. Starts off with a wide down the leg side. It's 39 for 1.
He's played extremely well with the bats. Got into the 70s, but I think that he was suffering just a little bit from some fatigue, but also trying to push along the score, and was dismissed. A slow delivery from Matthew Miller.
This one is going across the line and he's out. A delivery that perhaps didn't bounce as much as he was hoping. There's Xavier Henry. And we haven't seen that side to his batting. Earlier on, he was quite circumspect. 9 of 21 deliveries. But as soon as Van Langer is introduced, there he was aiming over deep mid-wicket, and umpire Cisnet judging him to be LBW. So Leeward Islands, they lose 2 wickets in quick succession. They're now 39 for 2.
Yeah, the youngster will be disappointed with that. He really fought his way through the tougher spell, which is a spell that was being bowled by Thorne. I think that's seeing someone else up at the bowling crease. He said, "Well, this is my opportunity to get some runs." As soon as he saw it just a fraction short, he was on the back foot. But I mean, it's not the pitch that gives you the most bounce, so to speak. It's not the quickest pitch either. So that length against somebody who's bowling that pace generally will not get too high. So that's something that he should have borne in mind. And he has been dismissed. It brings the captain and the first-class player, West Indies under 19 batsman as well, and Leeward Islands player, senior team player, Joel Andrew, to the crease.
Yes, and maybe coming to the crease a bit earlier than he would have liked. Joel Andrew, having seen that opening partnership of 38, he would have been thinking to himself that today is perhaps the day that he can come in with the team in a better position with a bit of a platform. But unfortunately for him and the Leeward Islands, they've lost 2 quick wickets here at the Parkhill playing field, and it brings the skipper into strike.
So there's a slip on a gully as Van Langer comes in. It's defended by Andrew.
So there's a man there, deep extra cover. It's a region that we know Joel Andrew likes to hit the ball, especially in the air as well. So I think it's both a defensive and an attacking position for him.
So Van Lang, as you mentioned, in the wickets quite early, backing up his performance with the bat. So definitely putting his hand up early here for being in contention for a play of the match, depending on the outcome of the game, of course.
Mention him being one of those players in the mold of a very good all-rounder potentially. Bats reason a bit early, came in at number 4, and coming in here first change for the Guyana team with his seam-up deliveries. Similar thing can be said about Palmer as well. So just as we discussed earlier, we have quite a bit of these youngsters who are able to do both aspects of the game relatively efficiently.
I think it's not surprising, as we mentioned before, based on what we have seen in West Indies cricket in recent years, but as they continue to play, if one becomes a little bit more dominant, you'd find that they will tend to move away a little bit from the other one, and over time they may end up being exclusively either a batsman or a bowler. It can happen. It has to be a determined effort on their part and a decision to continue to work equally on both.
Is it safe to say that maybe Dwayne Bravo was someone you could have attributed such a fall off in terms of his batting, in terms of what you just said?
Yeah, I think he ended up working a lot more on his bowling, especially because of franchise cricket. His bowling ended up being quite valued, especially with the slow deliveries, and he just perfected those, really. Won this craft as far as that is concerned, but was really a top order batsman as well. But after, I think, focusing a bit more on his bowling, then the batting just fell off just a bit. And that can happen because you tend to reinvent yourself based on what you may think that your team needs as well.
Agreed. I think he actually had a couple of test hundreds. I remember that series down under. He scored 100 in a test match versus Australia. I think he and Brian was batting at one point in time as well. So he definitely had talent with the bat. But we never
he has
really
200s in Australia.
we never really seen him fulfill that talent, that batting talent, consistently. As we see Lovell to continue proceedings there from the southern end.
Yeah, when he got his debut 100, it was 2005, that tour to Australia. Lara was still playing at that time. I think Ramdin also got an 80 odd in that same innings, which, two youngsters, we were saying, well, we have 2 good finds there for West Indies cricket. And then Bravo, when he went back there in 2009, he got another 100 at Adelaide. And if you could score hundreds in Australia, you can't be that bad a batsman for sure.
I think there was also a series, not to deliberate too long on Dwayne Bravo. There was also an IPL series where he opened the batting for Mumbai Indians, I think, and he did very well at the top of the order. So he has shown moments where his batting, looking back, he perhaps have a bit of regrets in terms of his batting output. In terms of his bowling, he was definitely one of the greats of the white ball game. Doing some coaching now for Afghanistan, as you would have seen in the recently concluded ICC World T20.
Yes, they played a few games here in St. Vincent, Afghanistan. Enjoy the conditions. Needless to say, Bravo was instrumental in their bowling attack. Somebody I think that still has probably a role to play in West Indies cricket as maybe a bowling consultant in the white ball game, especially at the death. We are struggling a little bit to find some good death bowlers.
This one is short of a length. I think it's a loud appeal, and umpire Colin Bryan is unmoved. I think it was. I'm not sure if my eyes would have failed me on that occasion, but I'm sure I saw some sort of deflection from the bat. Michael Palmer himself looked quite a bit guilty there. We do not have the benefits of replay here up in the commentary box at this point in time, but
Well, the umpire's decision is final. And I'll just show what they are discussing here.
Calling on the physio. Maybe the usual concussion protocols. So is it a case where the ball may have hit him on the helmet? Yeah, a lot happening out there in the middle.
So you were thinking to yourself that you heard a song. Or was that the song that you may have heard?
So you're not missing any cricket here at the Parkway playing field. A small break in proceedings as the physio is on the field. Tending to Michael Palmer. A short delivery there. And seem to be in good stead. Michael Palmer, Leeward Islands 39 for 2.
There's an eventful little passage of play there. One for the over being called by umpire Colin Bryan. But yeah, they will want to see the back of Palmer because if he stays there long, then the scoreboard will definitely rattle along.
This one is hitting uppishly out to that deep mid-wicket position. Attempting a second, but would have been suicidal in the end. So another single to Palmer. He's up and running. Leeward Islands, they move on to 40 for 2. We're into over number 10.
Yeah, lobbing that shot in the mid-wicket region, but no one was there. Travelled quite far in the air, but no one was even within several yards of that delivery, that upper shot. And coming to strike now, sorry, it's Andrew on strike against Lovell for the first time. Turns it calmly into square leg for a single. Takes the score to 40 for 2.
So 10 overs completed. Leeward Islands 39.
Some technical issues still with the scoring up here. Gonna show you that. So some issues with the scoring. It's 36 for 2 we are told at the end of 10. So as the scorers work to get that sorted, just had an eventful over. The loud appeal against Michael Palmer, looking to pull that one over the onside. And then some treatment being applied. Trump card is now being introduced to the bowling. Gulcharan Chula, he has bowled very well in the tournament. Actually took that last wicket for them yesterday when they were defending that total against the Jamaicans. And now he'll be up against Joel Andrew.
Yes, Chulai, definitely the trump card in his bowling outfit. Definitely depend a lot on him. He's bowled well in the 2-day format, and we've seen him yesterday as well, bowling a very good spell for his team, bowling them to victory and getting a bit of tone and bounce on that delivery. So once again, I want to apologize to our viewers in terms of the score. I'm just doing some background sorting out there, our scorers. It's 2 wickets gone. And as soon as that is sorted out, we'll have it back on the screen as soon as possible.
Yes, Chulai into the bowling, as you said, he has a slip.
A good start by Chulai, sorry. Bowling to Joel Andrew. Good play of spin, Joel Andrew. Chosen to play off the back foot so far, so Chulai, I believe he will be more intent in bringing him onto the front foot. That bit of turn he's getting away from the right-hander definitely caused a bit of problem. It's when it's short and he's pulling it over long on into the fence for 6. So we're just mentioning that he likes to play off the back foot, Joel Andrew, to the spinners, and on that occasion, Chulai pulling that one down and deposited that over long on for a well-played 6. And we're going to have a water break here at the Park Hill playing field, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with live action.
Yes, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field, where we have the Leeward Islands under 19 taking on the Guyana under 19. They are now 41 for 2, Leeward Islands, after 11 overs. They're in pursuit of a score of 250 to win. Bowling now will be Jonathan Van Lange. He'll be bowling to Michael Palmer. This time Palmer tucks it off his pads nicely. Easy one in the end. That's all there will be. So good afternoon to our viewers again, and Of course, with me, as always, today in the commentary box is Osnet Cato. Good afternoon again, Osnet.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Alan. So good afternoon to all our viewers.
You might not be seeing the score on your screen right now. We just had a glitch technical issue before. So it's being sorted by the technicians and the scorers, and then it will be up as soon as that has been sorted. We could tell you that the score is now 42 for 2 in the 12th over. The Leeward Islands, they need to get 250 to win this game. I think this partnership will have an important say in whether they are able to do so or not.
It does. Two of the more experienced players in this outfit. Mentioned Joel Andrew, we've seen the best of him over the years. And Michael Palmer, you know that he has the power, he has the timing. So it's just a matter of getting a partnership going. What we've seen, if you give yourself a chance on this wicket, get in, get used to the bounce and the pace, then you can always score runs later on. We saw that with Van Langer.
Good line and good length ball, big ball there by Van Langer. Not really giving Andrew a lot of room to free his arms. Not too full as well for him to go down the ground, and not too short for him to pull. So that in-between length.
A good start by Van Langer. You mentioned bowling at hard length. He's a tall man, so we get a bit of bounce as well.
This time turned quite easily through square leg. He's on the boundary. So that's one run there to add to the total. Takes the score up to 43 for 2.
Easy pickings there for Joel Andrew, delivering on the line of the leg stump. Just worked it out nicely to the square leg region. That's more in line with what they need to do. Don't need to take any unnecessary risk at this stage. Just need somewhat of a partnership, something similar to what we saw from Dindial and Ramnot.
Again, he's on that line, that length that is required of him. As it brings you over to an end, at the end of 12 overs, the score, Leeward Islands are 43 for 2 in pursuit of a target of 250 for victory.
Yes, the Leeward Islands continue to toil here at the Parkhill playing field. Mentioned a total of 250. Seem a very long distance away at this point in time. What they need to do is break it down into blocks of 10 over intervals and try and assess after each block of 10. And most importantly, they will need partnerships. Partnerships are definitely the way to go here in chasing such a total. From a Guyanese perspective, they'll be hoping that Chulai continues with his wicket-taking prowess in this encounter.
Yes, he's bowling with a long on and long off in place. A man at the mid-wicket, like deep square leg boundary, and also a sweeper cover. But he does have a slip, so 5 inside the circle, 4 outside the circle. Again, those 4 are the sweeper on the boundary, on the cover boundary. There is a long off, a long on, and a man at deep square leg. Flighted delivery, a bit of bounce, but no one close there in the silly point area.
Yes, on a couple of occasions now we've seen Chulai getting the ball to bounce from that end. Bit of turn and bounce, so maybe a man at short leg. I mean, you don't see that a lot in limited overs cricket. But Joel Andrew is a key man in this run chase, and definitely getting him out as quickly as possible will be to the betterment of the Guyana team.
Yeah, extravagant bounce there with the turn. I think the silly point, as we come back to you shortly, because of the direction in which he's turning the ball for the right hand, the silly point might be a better bet than the short leg. Although if he bowls that straighter one and they're playing for turn, they can get the inside edge as well. So when he drives down to the man at long on for an easy single. Chulai so far again looking to ask a lot of questions to the batsman, and we don't mean exam questions, but definitely some questions about your technique.
Well, the exam season is gone. We're now enjoying the summer vacation for those of you part of the education system. But as you said, yes, Chulai asking a lot of questions here of these batters. So far, they've been up to the task, the two Leeward Island players.
Yes, and at the end of the 13th over, score is 45 for 2. It's been a bit sedate these last few overs. What do you think the Leeward Islands need to do from here if they are really to put themselves back in a good position in this game, Osnan?
Well, we mentioned the importance of partnerships, and partnerships definitely will be the order of the day here for the Leeward Islands team. These two players, we know they have the power, they have the timing, they can score very quickly, but they have to give themselves a chance. They have to play themselves in, get used to the conditions, get used to the bowlers on show. And if they do that, then they'll be able to exert some pressure back onto the opposition and get their team over the line, hopefully.
So there you have heard it from Osnet Kato. Van Lange continues. This time just a bit of width, a smidgen of width really. That's all Andrew needs, just to run it down to third man along the ground for a single.
And those are the type of shots we were talking about in terms of just angling your bat, getting the ball along to third man, getting the ball along to fine leg, pushing it through the covers. Just get the scoreboard ticking instead of being too static at the crease and allowing the bowlers to really accumulate all these dot deliveries.
He's bowled him. So that's a big wicket for Van Lange. There was Palmer going back onto the back foot. Really may have been better served going onto the front foot for that length. And that's another very important breakthrough there for Jonathan Van Lange.
Yes, he picks up his second, and as you mentioned rightfully, should have perhaps been on the front foot there. Michael Palmer went back. Delivery maybe not rising as much as he was hoping, but in the end, a very good breakthrough there from Van Lange. He continues to impress here this afternoon at the Parkway playing field. The Leeward Islands, they lose their third wicket and a bit of trouble at the moment. 46 for 3.
Yes, they're 46 for 3. They have lost another key wicket, and another key man is coming out now, Honore Tianik. And between him and Joel Andrew, I think that if they are to get these next 204 runs, at least one of them has to score at least half of those.
Agreed. So far, the top order not really putting out the output that they were hoping for. Whenever you're chasing such a reasonable total, you need your top order to come good. You need some partnerships at the top. Had a reasonable opening partnership of 38. But since then, they've lost a couple of wickets, and that has really dented their progress. But as you said, these are two critical players in this outfit, and they'll be hoping that one of them really go on and make a big score today. That's the only way they're going to really get close or even overhaul this Guyanese total.
This one is driven, but misfield there by the fielder Thorn. So Honore gets off the mark. That fuller delivery from Van Lange. Thorn will be disappointed with that bit of feeling. Eases the pressure a little bit on Honore, who is fresh at the crease. You know, just facing a few deliveries without clearing your duck, as we would say. Puts a little bit of pressure on you as a batsman. Andrew is forward, so we must commend. I think I must commend Van Lange so far for the length that he's been bowling. He has not bowled short or full, just that good length, and that's really what you need to do. You're bowling your medium pacer, especially in these types of fixtures, limited overs fixtures. That's where you need to be. This one is short and it's an edge, but evades the keeper. Should be time for 2, as Diminutive as he is, shows a strong arm there. The fielder down at the boundary, it looks like Ramnath, Ramprasad Ramnath. So a small one, but he has a big arm.
It's a good delivery there by Van Langer. Testing the middle of the wicket on that occasion. Joel Andrew looking to pull that one. Not really in control. Thankfully for him, just evading Vieira and down to the fine leg region for 2 runs. It's a good change of length there from Van Langer.
So that one is chopped right to the man at point. Yeah, it's a good idea to just vary it a little bit. You can't be too predictable. And at least when he's changed his length, it has been something intentional, like that bouncer that he has bowled. And then immediately the next delivery, he's back on that good length once more. So at the end of the over, the score is 49 for 3. Leeward Islands, they're in pursuit of 250.
Yes, we're in the infancy stage of this partnership between Honore and Joel Andrew. They'll be hoping that this partnership can build and build to something substantial. The Guyanese, on the other hand, they'll be hoping that they can continue to take wickets at regular intervals, because by doing that, they will not only dent the progress of the Leeward Island batsmen in terms of their scoring, but they will also put further pressure on the lower order as well.
So Chulai will continue to Tianik Honore. This one went through a bit flatter. And have the bounce that we have seen from some of his other deliveries that he has slowed down just a little bit.
It's a good contest here at the Park playing field. Chulai seem to just understand what he's doing.
Slows this one down tantalizingly now outside the off stump. He's varying his pace. Ooh, and that's the one that gets the bounce. Could see considerable difference in that bounce that he gets off that delivery. Not too sure if it's a top spinning delivery, but gets a lot of bounce from it. This one is punching it to the man at the sweeper cover, Honore, for a single. Brings up the 50 for the Windward Islands in the 15th over. Sorry, the Leeward Islands. They are 50 for 3 in the 15th over. They require another 200 runs for victory.
Yes, the scoring rate has actually dipped in the past couple of overs, attributed to the fall of wickets. Another delivery punched out to long off. 51 for 3.
This one is going down to the man at long on for a single. That's the end of the over. So at the end of over number 15, the score is Leeward Islands on the 19. They are 52 for 3 after 15 overs. They require another 198 runs of 35 overs.
Another quiet over there from Chulai. Something that we've come to expect from him. Doesn't give a lot away. Both of these batters looking to rebuild. Understandably so. It's really turning out to be a very good day for cricket. Nice wind blowing across the ground. No immediate threat of rain. So we should be able to get in our full quota of 50 overs today. And hopefully we'll get a result.
This one is hit over the man at long on for 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the rope now for 4 by Honore. That one was the first really short bad delivery that we have seen from Van Long.
Yes, there was Van Langer, sorry. Trying to test the middle of the wicket on that occasion. not having the pace really to trouble the batter on that occasion. And Honore said thank you very much and deposited it over mid-on. A couple of bounces into the fence. A very good shot from him that would definitely give him some confidence moving forward into his innings.
So he flicks it off the pad to the man on the deep square leg boundary for a single. So follows up with a single soon after his boundary. It's 57 now, the score.
It's a good start from Honore, a good positive start from him. He's been able to get the ball in the middle of the bat, into the gaps. And of course, he hit that wonderful boundary earlier on in this over.
So on down the leg side, you heard the groan being uttered there from Lang as he let that one go. Saw that it was on his way down the leg side.
A good comeback so far, having been hit for that boundary. Back to that length that we were speaking at length about.
Let's having a look at the field. Leeward Islands, they are. We'll get back to it after this delivery. So when he chops it down to the man at third man with an open face, does Joel Andrew, gets a single. Takes the score up to 59 for 3 in the 16th over. Yeah, so just looking at the field, I think Guyana, they seem to be more than satisfied with just keeping the scoring rate down and letting the scoreboard pressure do its job, because the field is not very attacking. There's really no one in a catching position other than the wicket keeper. And he loses that one totally down on the boundary, doesn't pick it up, and that delivery was actually going directly to him, but I think he's probably looking in the sun, and he went in the wrong direction down the Ram North, and just an embarrassing situation for the youngster there.
It's actually one of the strangest things I've seen on a cricket field in a long time. There was a delivery short of a length, and Honore went back and pulled it, and they would have gone straight to Ram, not there on the fine leg boundary, but he went to his left. As you mentioned, maybe not picking up the delivery quickly enough. Maybe perhaps looking directly into the sun. So 4 easy runs there from the Leeward Island team. Score moves on to 63 for the loss of 3.
So he's punching the gap. So it'll be an easy single there for Honore. That's one thing you would know from Honore. Once he's there, the runs will come. And when I say runs will come, not necessarily just boundaries, but he's always looking for singles. He's a busy player. See him in the field. He's very active in the field, like a little live wire in the field. And that personality also comes out in his batting. At the end of over number 16, the score is 64 for 3. The Leeward Islands, they are in pursuit of a target of 250.
Yes, we spoke about that positive mindset, positive attitude so far by Honore. As you mentioned, positive doesn't have to be in the form of boundaries, just a matter of the way you carry yourself in the wicket. And so far, he's been looking to score runs, and he's been quite busy in his approach.
So flighty delivery, push back down to Chulai along the ground. .64 for 3 after 16.1 overs. So one is a bit quicker. Seemed to just keep its pace after pitching. Didn't really slow down that much after pitching on the wicket. Again, he's just outside of some turning away. That's where he lives. 64 for 3 in the 17th over. Swan beats him outside the off stump as he's looking to punch it through the offside. So
it's just those subtle changes of pace that Chulai has that makes him so effective, more so in this format of the game.
And he rarely ever bowls a bad ball. He's very consistent, but he's not a flat spinner by any means. You find a lot of the consistent spinners would be those flatter ones. He's actually giving the ball some air and varying his pace nicely, as you mentioned. This one, a bit straighter, played back to him, and that should be the end of the over. At the end of over number 17, which is a maiden over, the score remains on 64 for 3. The Leeward Islands, they are chasing 250 for victory. They require another 186 runs of 33 overs.
Very good over there from Chulai. I mentioned his class as it relates to what we have seen from him so far in the tournament. Just varying his lengths, his lines, his pace. And so far it's been difficult for the Leeward Islands players to really get a hold of him or even to score freely from his bowling. So he's definitely has a big role to play in this encounter. Because if the Leeward Islands have to win, they have to find a way of actually not only surviving Chulai, but being able to score as well from his bowling.
So change in the bowling here from the road end, if you want to call it that. Singh will be introduced into the bowling off spinner. Field, there is a man at long on. There is a mid off, so his mid off is still in the circle. There's a man at long on, there's a man at deep mid wicket and a deep square leg and a sweep on the boundary. So a good bounce again there on that first delivery. Ooh, that one kept a bit low. I was looking to cut that one away, but kept very low as it passed Andrew outside the off stump. This one, good line.
The previous delivery was actually the first one we have seen kept that low so far in this match. Put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind.
This one, Andrew is back, walks it to square leg for a single. As you mentioned, let me put some doubt in the batsman's mind. He'll be as assured, racking onto the back foot now. He'll be wondering if it will be bounce as high as he is anticipating. Brings Tianik Nori in to strike. It's punching it straight. It would have been interesting there if Andrew had probably lifted his bat out of his crease, because he did get something on it, Singh, and it ricocheted from him onto the wicket at the non-striker's end.
Yes, a deflection there for fortuitously going back onto the stump. But thankfully, from an Andrew's perspective, he was in his crease.
Big appeal for stumping, but I think his feet, from at least our vantage point, seem to be behind the crease. As the over comes to an end, at the end of 18 overs, the score is now 65 for 3, the Leeward Islands.
Yes, a very risky shot there at the last delivery. Onori, after a couple of deliveries where he wasn't able to score, looking to aim somewhere in the vicinity of those sixes we saw from Kyle Jordan yesterday and Lim earlier on today, but not making any sort of contact. And thankfully for him, his feet were still grounded. His right foot actually was still grounded in the crease. But definitely not the type of shot that the Leeward Island management team will be pleased about, given the state of the game so far, in the process of building a partnership, and that's a bit loose from him.
Chulai to continue. Flighted delivery, driven, but straight to the man at extra cover. There's no run.
It's looking over to our right, Alan, so I think that is the mom of Joel Andrew, sporting his jersey as well. Been rather vocal all day, which is good to see. Parents coming out and supporting the sons.
Yeah, probably if you have an opportunity later, we can have a chat with her. If you're still live at the time. Probably not the best idea to have a chat with her where her son is batting. Or she'll be very much invested in what is happening, more so than normal. This one punch, but straight to the man at extra cover there. Rampatab Ramnath. This one, just a really lovely bowling there from Chulai. Just the simplicity. You see this action, but then you could actually see, because we are a bit side on, you could see the variations in pace quite easily here. It's one another flighted delivery, driven again, but good feeling there from the man at extra cover.
Yes, he has a very repetitive action, which means that he has a degree of control over what he's actually letting down. So far, he has really posed a lot of difficulties for the batters. Made life difficult in terms of scoring, as we see Honore once again not finding the gap on that occasion.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. The end of over number 19, the 66 for 3, so that's a couple of that over. And Chulai continues to do the business for his team here, along with Singh, who has just been introduced, going on to bowl his second over now. So the spin twins, Singh and Chulai, are now on for Guyana. And they will want to keep the pressure on the Leeward Islands team, whose scoring has dropped now well below 4 runs and over. They're just scoring at just over 3 runs and over, close to 3.5. Beats the man there at extra cover, but only a single conceded. Single there to Joel Andrew. Takes the score up now to 67 for 3.
Just an update in the other game being played currently between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados at the Annisville playing field. And Trinidad and Tobago, they made 161. And Barbados in a bit of bother here, 95 for 5. So that game definitely one to look out for.
Yes, should go down to the wire, that one. This one has a lot of bounce on it. Let's wait to see what the call is from the umpire. If anything at all. Best buys. So one buy there. That one had a lot of bounce on it.
Honore, we've seen a bit of recklessness from him in the last couple of overs. Not too sure why he's so obsessed with getting the scoring moving on at a rapid pace. Not scoring too badly at the moment. But a couple of times we've seen him try to hit the spinner Singh here out of the ground. I think thankfully for Leeward Islands, he's at the non-strikers end at this point in time. Captain Andrew is in strike.
Just having a look there, I think, Singh, to see what Andrew was thinking about in his action. Goes for that big shot down the ground, the flighted delivery. Mommy saying, come on, Joel, come on, man. Don't give it away.
Well, he was looking for that region over long off. The mid-off is in the circle. So just looking to get it over that man there at mid-off. Ramnath.
That one had remarkable bounce on it. And I tell you what, Singh is really getting this ball to bounce alarmingly on this wicket. More than I've seen from any of the spinners who have operated here in the 2 days so far.
There's a bit of inconsistencies in terms of the bounce in this wicket. Previously, when Van Langer was bowling, we saw one kept a bit low. And on that occasion, a couple of times in that over, we are seeing a bit of bounce there from Singh, getting the ball to bite and turn. But thankfully, from both of these players' perspective, they would have been, those deliveries would have eluded the fielders. And it's now 69. Yes, 69 for free. The end of over number 20. So the score is back up on the screen for those viewers following this broadcast. Joel Andrew 17 from 37 deliveries. As this one is played officially, the outside edge is found. Was stopped there by Singh at a short third man position. Another single added to the total, 670 for free. And Tianik Honore, he's on 13 from 24 deliveries.
Again, you see that one keeping just a little bit low. I don't know, this strip, I don't think it's played as well as the one we saw yesterday, which was adjacent to it. Strip yesterday indeed was a belter.
Another delivery coming off the outer portion of the bat. Down to the man there at short, third man for another single.
The true line in the midst of his spell, 5.2 overs, none for 12. Similar figures to what we saw from Cordell Crook, except that he hasn't taken a wicket as yet.
Spinners really having a field here in this tournament. Both economical and penetrative. The required run rate just creeping over 6 runs per over. It started off at 5 runs per over, but the Guyanese, through some tight bowling and getting some key wickets, they managed to actually push that required rate up above 6 runs per over. Still a lot of time to go in this match, and the Leeward Island team will feel as long as these two are there, they have a chance to take a real Herculean effort from these two. As this one again is turning past the outside edge. Joel Andrew there, on the back foot. Maybe would have been better served to be on the front foot on that occasion, but all's well that ends well for him. And at the end of this over, 21 completed. Leeward Islands responded to 249 made by Guyana. They're 71 for free.
Yeah, 71 for 3. Leeward Islands, in pursuit of a target of 250. The required weight is 6.17. They require another 169 runs. Yes, 169 runs to win. Yeah, 169 runs to win. To get to 250. 179, sorry, to get to 250. Looking at the score now, we'll get back to it after this delivery from Singh. Looking at the approach so far from the two batsmen, they have been playing largely off the back foot. And there has been some variable bounce. Do you think that they need to change their approach as they go a bit further in?
This one is hit over long on. A massive hit. I tell you what, he was looking for that. A couple of deliveries now, Honore. A couple of overs now, Honore. He was gifted the length on that occasion. He went back and showed his power on that occasion. A massive 6 over long on.
Yeah, that was a big 6 from him. Only prevented from traveling further by the high tension or high voltage electrical wires at the top of those poles next to the ground here at Park Hill. That was a bit too short from Singh, and because he's been getting that amount of bounce, when the ball is short and it bounces that high, it really makes it comfortable for the batsman to get onto the back foot and put it away. I was just about to have a discussion with you about their back foot play and the fact that the ball is, you get some variable bounces creeping in. If it is that, they should probably play a little bit more off the front foot, and then look to go back when the opportunity presents, rather than being on the back foot probably from the get-go.
Well, in terms of the technical, most of the batsmen we have seen on show, they tend to be more comfortable from the back foot, playing from the back foot, and that's something we have said in terms of being flexible against the spinners. We haven't seen that sort of flexibility from a lot of the players, but I understand totally what you're saying. But on that occasion, the bounce was consistent there for Honore, and he was able to just choose his spot really, and he chose that spot over long on where he deposited that one for 6.
Yeah, and we've mentioned the sweep shot in some of the previous games, but I think because of the bounce that we have seen on this pitch, it's up and down, the sweep shot might be fraught with a bit of danger.
It's a repeat of what we just saw from Honore. This one is hit again for 6 runs. The man there at long on was a bit straight, and that one went between long on and deep mid-wicket. Isaiah turned on the boundary, and a relatively safe shot in the end, playing with the spin. So Honore looked to be a man on the charge at this point in time.
Yeah, he got in the gap easily, and he will look to take on the off spinners for sure. He's seeing what Singh is doing now. Singh now would have to make that adjustment to his bowling now that he sees what Honore is trying to accomplish against him. So it's a good contest.
So those couple of 6s have caused a change in the field. The captain has decided to remove himself from the slip cordon. This time he's walking it nicely there, Honore. Good innovation. Should be able to get a second. Third. Don't think they will get a third. Good return there from Lim. So good batting there after hitting consecutive 6s. Just walking that one down to fine leg for well played 2.
Yeah, so Honore getting his score up to 28. Having scored 14 runs in this over so far. Now almost at a run a ball he's scoring. So the rate isn't exorbitant what is required. And that's something they have to keep telling themselves, but they need to ensure that they don't lose too many wickets.
Yes, and the partnerships, as we mentioned, are going to be critical to the outcome of this game for the Leeward Island. Partnership so far 39 from 51 deliveries. So it's the end of the 22nd over. And at the end of it, Leeward Islands, they are 85 for 3.
Yes, 165 needed. So that was a very productive over, as you mentioned, for the Leeward Islands, getting all of 14 runs from that over, helping their scoring rate to go up just a little bit. Still just below 4 runs on over, but they will have overs like these from time to time. So they have to make sure that they are in with a chance by keeping the wickets in hand. So far they have lost wickets. Every time there seems to be a partnership developing, they have lost some wickets. And so these two, I think, the last very senior pair. They will have another batting pair or 2 left, but these are the last 2 senior pair. Well, the last senior pair of batsmen. And so they really need to make themselves be counted here in this innings, as Dindial will now introduce himself to the bowling. Captain for Guyana will bowl his off spin.
Yes, Captain Dindial, underrated type of off spinner. We've seen quite a bit of him over the years. Tend to be underused to some extent. Not the type of captain who will push himself into the attack quite often. I decided to give Chulai a bit of a rest, having bowled 6 overs on the trot. Chulai, very economical, didn't get a wicket. So captain just holding him back for later on in this innings. 85 for 3. Required a run rate back under 6 runs per over. Thanks to that last over where we had a couple of 6s from Honore. And this one is hit. Is it mistimed? Yes, it is. It's just as he was saying, he's an underrated bowler there, Dindial. A short delivery, and Joel Andrew looking to hit that one somewhere over deep mid-wicket. Not timing it as well as he would have liked. And that's a big wicket there for the Guyanese team. Joel Andrew go for 19. It's now 85 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket. We're just talking about the importance of the partnership, and just to the corner of where we are sitting here, we could see his parents there sitting. And his mom was very animated at his dismissal. As if she said, no, why did you do that? I mean, it was a short delivery, to be honest, and In a situation like this, you would think to yourself that this is an opportunity to score. Just didn't time it well, and also was aiming to the longest part of the boundary as well. If he had gone mid-wicket, then even a half it might have gotten him 6. Such are the dimensions of the ground, because this square leg region, once you're facing at this end, is very long. So too is the point boundary at this end. So those are just the dimensions of the ground. It's almost like a diamond shape, really. And that brings in your batsman to the wicket, Nathan Edward. Bit of an all-rounder. I wonder if he will consider himself a bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder, Nathan Edward.
Coming in at number 6, he must have some batting ability. And I've seen that on a couple of occasions in this tournament. Just to go back to that dismissal, it was a short delivery, as you mentioned. I think his eyes lit up when he saw that short delivery. Maybe not bouncing as much as he was anticipating. He still had to be, he was a bit low, trying to go from low to high. And just not timing it as well as he would have liked. We saw the disappointment on the face of his mom, just to the right of us. And quite unfortunate for the young man, but a very good wicket for Guyana to get.
Yes, very important wicket. He was definitely looking to hit it for 6, which is why he came from low to high. Wasn't really thinking of 4 runs at any point against that delivery. So Dindial, immediate success for the skipper.
And a bit of turn, and is it caught in the slip? Yes, it is. So Dindial working a bit of magic here at the Parkway playing field. Back-to-back wickets. Nathan Edwards caught at slip. 85 for the loss of 5.
And I tell you what, Nathan Edward, for his ability with the bat, he has been having a real horrid time this season. I think he has quite a few ducks. He has collected a few of them. And that will be disappointing for him, because he does have some ability with the bat. But a good delivery there from Dindial. Every time he bowled in the 2-day version, he showed that he was able to get some turn and some bounce. And on that occasion, pitching it in the right area and getting that nick of Nathan Edward, and comfortably held there in the slip by Ramnath. So it's another important wicket. All of a sudden, Leeward Islands are 85 for 5.
We spoke about Dindial when he introduced himself. I said to you he's an underrated bowler, because I've seen him a couple of times over the years really bowling well. Does get the ball to turn, gives
Definitely.
it a few revs.
Yeah, he gives the ball a
spin. And given what we've seen from this wicket seems to be offering a bit for the spinners now in the second innings of this encounter. So it's a hat-trick delivery. Israel Morton.
Yes, Morton in that position of trying to avoid the hat-trick. Short extra cover. Short mid-wicket in place.
Flighty delivery, hit it straight to the man there at cover. My goodness, easy like Sunday morning here from Dindial. A Bellingham-like celebration from him. And a hat-trick there for the young man, Mavinja Dindial. 85 now for the loss of 6. Leeward Islands, the wheels coming off here at the Parkway playing field.
Well, I tell you what, when it comes to a hat-trick delivery, I wouldn't say that it was the most threatening deliveries, but Morton came forward casually and just pushed it to the man at extra cover. It all seemed to happen in very slow motion on that delivery. And he has 3 deliveries left in this over. And how many wickets can he get in this one over? The batsman is Matthew Miller, who we know can bat. We saw him earlier taking 3 wickets with the ball.
Well, we spoke about the frailties of the Leeward Islands batting earlier on in this encounter, and we are seeing that being manifested again here at the Parkway playing field. They lost a couple of early wickets. They were able to get somewhat of a partnership between 2 of the more important players in this outfit, Honori and Joel Andrew. But what we have seen there, I don't think that the Leeward Island team will want to see any replay of any of those wickets, really. Just gifting their wickets there to the opposition here in the form of Guyana. They'll be over the moon, really. 85 for the loss of 6. I
mean, you can't write this stuff. You can't really make it up. hat-trick here for Dindial with his part-time off-spin. You mentioned that he underuses himself. And with a spell like this so far, everyone would have to say that you're definitely right.
So the new batter is Matthew Miller. Bowled well, I must say. Matthew Miller, was very impressed with him. Came in at a difficult time. Used his changes of pace to good effect. 3 for 48 from his 10 overs. Dindial again pushing this one straight to the man. Action replay of what we saw 2 deliveries ago. I'm not sure what is happening here with the Leeward Island batters, but Dindial, he's not put up by this performance in any way. He's over the moon. 4 wickets in this over, and the Leeward Islands lose another wicket. It's 85 for the loss of 7.
I told you that just before when he got the hat-trick, we said, oh, he has 3 balls left in the over. Let's see how many more he can get. I must say that for the skipper, it's some good field placement because he has the catchers in place. A lot of captains would have just had those areas open. When you are coming out to face a spinner and he's bowling like Dindial has with his tail up and he has those wickets, one of the things that you don't want is people nearby the bat. For any little mistake that you make, you don't get over the ball sufficiently. Anything that comes off an inside edge or something that somebody's there to catch you. If you have everyone back on the boundary or on the circle, then you're fine with that. Because most likely, unless you hit the ball back to the bowler or you edge it to the keeper or your bowler or LBW, then you're not getting out. But then it gives you those opportunities to take a wicket once you have those catches in place. And Mackenzie now, he is out to face the music. He had a lot to say when he was bowling. And I'm telling you, if Mackenzie is dismissed off this delivery, I don't think he will hear the end of it from the Guyanese players.
Just getting a taste of his own medicine here, Mackenzie. You mentioned he had that confrontation with a friendly confrontation, with Van Lange earlier. And Van Lange just telling him good afternoon. So the captain himself, Dindial. I think it helps also when you're the captain and you're the bowler. You can set whatever field you want. This one is hitting it high, over the top. Should fall safely. Yes, it does. 1 bounce into the fence. So Mackenzie takes 4th strike here against Dindial. He's off the mark, and Leeward Islands, they're 89 for 7. A very eventful over.
I tell you what, that ball had bounced maybe 1 or 2 inches higher than that man Longan was taking that catch, and it would have been 5 wickets for Dindial in this over. What an over. And it really has changed the complexion of this game. Leeward Islands were already under pressure prior to this over, but now really and truly the fat lady is warming up in terms of the singing.
Yes, and this batting performance by the Leeward Islands really mirrors what we saw yesterday from them. We mentioned that game versus Trinidad and Tobago where they were chasing just a meager 108 and they folded for 78. So it tells me that they just don't have the confidence as a batting unit at the moment. We mentioned that there's some very good experienced players in the batting lineup of the Leeward Islands, but so far just hasn't been able to get it together as a team, and it has shown miserably in the last 2 games.
Listen. When we were on earlier and they were feeling, once the score got over 200 or so, they looked totally despondent as if they had already lost. And I think it goes back to the fact that they don't have confidence that their batting would have been able to chase that down. And I think one of the reasons why they bowl first, well, Guyana actually won the toss, but I was thinking to myself that the best option is always to bowl second here because it's a much easier pitch to bat on first here at Park Hill in the morning.
But it's not getting any easier for the Leeward Island batters as we see Isaiah Thorne returning for a 2nd spell. He's going to be bowling now from the southern end. Thorne bowled a very economical 4th spell. 4 overs, none for 6. First couple of overs were actually maiden, so he's in good bowling rhythm, and I'm sure his tail will be up looking to mop up this innings for his team. This one is hit over cover. Lovely shot. And a bit of a slide there from Lovell. Just losing his footing. And in the end, that one rushing into the boundary. So a very good start there from Onore. He continues to impress. And the score moves up to 93 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, that one was off close to the toe end of the bat, but he was able still to get good enough timing on it. The placement was precise. And in the end, he got 4 runs from a very good shot.
Playing somewhat of a lonely hand here. Honore is hitting this one again past the man there at mid-off. Should get somewhere close to the boundary. Very good attempt there by, I think it's Lim. So saving his team a couple of runs. It's actually Ramnat. Thank you for that correction. So 2 more runs added to the total. 95 for 7. So Honore here looking to be a bit more aggressive against Ton. I guess he has no choice really, given what has transpired in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, he has to really see how much he can get. Not give it away, but definitely take whatever is on offer.
This one is getting the inner portion of the bat down to fine leg. Should get close to the boundary. And I think it was... Is it 4? It's waiting on the signal from the umpire. I think it's actually a very good save there from the man there. Ramnat redeeming himself from that blunder earlier.
Yes, the younger Ramnat Junior, we'll say. Rampasad Ramnat. So 2 runs there to 3 runs actually to Honore. Brings Michael McKenzie on strike. Who, based on what we've seen so far, looks like he'll be swinging for the hills.
Short delivery. 1 for the over signal by the umpire. McKenzie playing that one reasonably comfortably, that's allowing it to go by, to be taken by wicketkeeper Vieira.
Yes, 96 for 7, 154 runs left. At almost a runner ball required. But that's not the problem. The problem is that they are 7 wickets down, the Leeward Islands.
It's a rather late signal. It's a wide signal there by the umpire, Colin Bryan, out of Jamaica. This team Jamaica winning that encounter earlier versus the Windward Islands. A low-scoring contest. They really made a hash of that small total. Jamaica chasing on 96. Got there in the end, but lost 7 wickets. Yeah, and the other encounter, Barbados, they're currently 113 for 5. Chasing a total of 161. So that game is evenly poised once again. This one is played nicely off his legs. Timed well enough to get a couple of runs here, Mackenzie. And 2 runs completed. 99 now for the loss of 7. Ton so far hasn't been able to find that length on that line that we saw earlier from him. He'll be striving for a bit more pace in the second spell.
I think he's bowling to Mackenzie, and that may have excited him just a little bit. They have had quite a long banter between him and the Guyanese.
So again on the line of the leg stump, misdirected there by Ton. Also had it cleanly there by wicketkeeper Vieira. Another wide signal there by umpire Brian.
So these extras are taking them close to the 100 mark.
The 100 is up for the Leeward Island team.
Yes. Fine leg comes into the circle. So actually he goes back now.
This one is a full length again. And Mackenzie keeping that one out. Honore actually, sorry. Keeping that one out. Honore and 35 from 36 deliveries. Good innings from him so far.
Yeah, it's a very good innings from him up to this point. We can see that the intention from him is to just keep going, keep himself in rhythm. Never know what would happen. Mackenzie has shown that he has some batting ability. So Mackenzie could stay with him for a while. He doesn't really have to give it away in pursuit of extremely quick runs. Just keep batting and see what could happen with this partnership.
Another delivery there. And the wicketkeeper Vieira not gathering cleanly. Coming through for the single there, Honore. That's the end of the over. At the end of it, Leeward Islands, they're 102 for 7, chasing a total of 250. And the players are getting a bit of a refreshment at this point in time. We'll do the same here in the commentary box. Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Parkway playing field. Joining us for action here in the CWI Rising Stars on the 19th tournament, the 50 over edition. And just after that drinks break, we have Leeward Islands in pursuit of 250. They're 102 for 7 as Dindial continue proceeding with a big hit over mid-wicket for 6 more. Honore continues to do it here for his team, playing much of a lone hand here. A short delivery and deposited that one over mid-wicket, over the pavilion for 6 runs. So he's up and running after the drinks break, 108 for the loss of 7.
Yes, that one was a short delivery and he got the treatment in the end from Dindial. I think that is what Julian Andrew was trying to do with his delivery, but just didn't make that type of contact. The ball was there for the pull shot in the end, but this one very well dispatched there from Honore. And he showed this kind of form in that game against Barbados when he scored that 80-odd in the two-day competition, and again batting with that type of confidence that he showed in that game. And perhaps there's even a case for him in this type of form to bat a little higher for Leeward Islands in this competition.
Yes, it was actually a similar delivery to the one that dismissed Joel Andrew. But on this occasion, that's a bit more bounce. And I think that was what really defeated Andrew, the lack of bounce on that delivery. But on this occasion, Honore just going back and pulling this one comfortably over a deep square leg here for 6 runs. And so far, he's been positive from the offset. And that positivity has transferred into a very good innings here, 42 from 38 deliveries so far. Leeward Islands a bit behind the 8 ball here, but Honore definitely putting his hand up and trying to be counted here this afternoon at the Parkway playing field.
Yes, firmly agree with you. He's on 42 of 38, as you mentioned. And Dindial really, you could say, almost even on the verge of getting a 5-wicket haul after bowling 1 over. Doesn't happen very often. He got 4 wickets in 1 over. But Nori prepared to show him that, you know, we're going to put some pressure back on you. You can't just be bowling as you please to us. And going with that shot over the deep square leg region.
The ball has been returned. Mentioned we're basically in a farming community, so that ball would have been deposited somewhere in those fields, some potato fields to the back of the pavilion where we are situated. How will Dindial respond? Still has a slip in place, which is good to see. A man here, Chulai at a short square leg. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off. And man there, deep extra cover. Man there, long off is actually in the circle.
Yes, there's somebody back at long off.
This one again is short, and he's hitting this one even further. So he's dealing in 6s here, Honore. It's good to see her. From a neutral perspective, Tianik Honore depositing that one for second 6 in this over. So Dindial doing it in wickets or in 6s, it seems.
Well, he's a part-time bowler, but he has a very attacking mindset. So he's always thinking wickets. And because of that, he can go for runs. He can offer you opportunities to score. Now it takes, with that shot, takes Tianik up to 48.
This one is punching out to the man there at point for a single.
48, 49. Go down, they go tell him, man, we carry man go out. 49.
Scorers just verifying that personal tally for Honore is 49. This one is just evading the man there at extra cover. Mackenzie there pushing at that one. The man there at extra cover diving to his right. Not being able to effect a catch on that occasion. And a flighty delivery outside the off stump. Mackenzie looking to drive at that one.
Yeah, ambitious shot there from Mackenzie. Somebody don't say shouting, know your role. Yeah, I think his role is to stay there with Tianik Honore, not to necessarily match him shot for shot.
So 13 runs coming from that over. Now at the end of the 25th, halfway in this innings, Leeward Islands are 115 for the loss of 7.
Yes, 115 as you mentioned for the loss of 7. I think I mentioned just about an over or 2 ago that they should just see where this partnership leads them. They should not just be disappointed and give up in the on the game so quickly. Mackenzie shows that he has some batting ability, and Honore really is hitting them as cleanly as anyone has in this tournament thus far. And so they should just continue to bat. There are many overs left, 25 of them. You never know what can happen.
I think we're going to see Chulai coming back into the attack from the opposite end this time. Bowled 6 overs from that northern end. It's been switched to the southern end this time around. Maybe hoping for a change of luck. It's been wicketless so far, has bowled rather economically. As we look at the field, there's a man at long off, long on, a man at deep mid wicket, a man at Square leg, mid-wicket, cover. There's a slip, a backward point, and a man on the deep extra cover boundary. So in-out sort of feel. This one is short and he's punching it out to that man on the deep cover boundary, and it's 50. It's being celebrated here now as he raises his bat to his fellow teammates. Well played by the young man.
Yes, a good 50 here from Honore. Just over a runner ball, going at a strike rate of 119.05. 3 fours and 4 sixes. Really has put some pressure back on the Guyanese bowling attack, and interesting to see if that had come probably earlier in the innings what may have been. That's why I'm advocating, based on the way that he's approaching his innings and the form he's in, he should come in maybe. I would advocate for him coming at 3 since he's not doing much bowling.
This one is beating outside the off stump there. Chulai, but bowled again. Continues to impress Chulai, getting that ball to turn across the right-hander. Once again, not looking at a replay.
Yeah, have a chat with him, because I don't know why he's looking to drive on the up through the offside with the ball turning away from him. With 4 fielders on the offside there in the ring, should just be trying to kill those balls. Stay there with the batsman at the other end.
Mackenzie here, 6 from 5 deliveries so far. Another delivery. This is shorter this time. Goes back and punches it out to Isaiah Thorne there at cover.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do, especially against Chulai. Chulai is very dangerous spinner for them. Chulai himself will be thinking, well, I would prefer if you come back and try to be driving me on the up, because I know sooner or later I'll be seeing the back of you. He has bowled exceptionally well so far. He has an economy rate of less than 2 runs per over. Chulai.
Flighty delivery this time again. Getting a bit of tone. Mackenzie looking to put this one across the line. And in the end, he survives. And at the end of the over, it's 116 for the loss of 7.
116 for 7 here at Park Hill. Definitely looking like we'll have a full day's play here. Much to the delight of some locals in the stands, and of course family members and supporters from both teams who have joined us here at Park Hill. Leeward Islands support, and also Guyana team has some supporters, and of course the neutrals from here in Park Hill. Although I'm not too sure if everyone is neutral. I mean, some people would have the team that they're supporting, of course.
Agreed. The man is pushed back to the long off region now for Honore. Dindial once again is looking to replicate that shot we saw earlier. This one not short enough. Not bouncing as much as Honore was hoping.
He almost chopped that one onto his stump. Smart delivery there from Dindial, just a bit fuller.
Once again looking to go over that mid-wicket region, and does so successfully. So his 5th 6 of this innings, he continues to pepper the onside.
Yeah, he's extremely strong on the pull shot, especially against the spinners. That's something that the spinners have to be aware of. And it's something that you have to guard against. But his footwork is so crisp that he's really getting himself into very strong positions to play that shot. He's getting deep into his crease, and he's opening up his front leg quite early. So he gets a free swing of the bat. So it's good technique being shown here from Honore.
Once again, he's looking to hit this one again, and it's caught. Went a bit straighter this time. I don't think that the length of that delivery was as short as the previous ones. And there was Honore again forcing that one, trying to go over the onside. But a very good catch there from Van Langer. He's had a very good day, both with the bat, the ball, and also in the field. So a very good breakthrough there by Dindial. He now has 5 wickets for 23 runs. Leeward Islands 122 for the loss of 8.
Well, if you had come here today and you told me that Dindial will be taking 5 wickets, I would have said that you must be mad. But really, in this situation, he has really come up trumps for his team, because that over that he bowled really just turned things around completely. Although they were already in a good position, I think that over really put some nails into the coffin. And he has picked up another wicket here, so a 5-wicket haul from him. He has bowled 2.3 overs, 5 for 23. So he has gone over the boundary a few times, but he doesn't mind it, because if he has to buy some wickets, he has a lot of money that he can play with, so to speak, with 128 runs still required to get 2 more wickets.
Yes, that what really matters here is the last wicket, that fourth column we normally allude to in terms of the wickets. So 5 for 23. Mavendra Dindial had a very good day as a captain as well. Looked well while he was at the crease earlier.
He may actually be bowling himself into a man of the match performance to go beyond what Van Lange did earlier.
And the new batter is Michaeli Tong. Bowled reasonably well earlier. Has a job to do with the bat. Maybe close to impossible job with the bat. But never say never in this glorious game. He's out there to join Micah Mackenzie. And Dindial looking to add to his wickets column, and this one edging again past the man there at slip. Rampatab Ramnath.
Tell you what, now that he's bowling to the tail, he's in with a good shout of getting 7.
But everything he has done so far, he has done relatively quickly. So 2 balls remaining. You never know. Leeward Islands really putting up a disappointing performance here today with the bat. This one is down the track, Micah Mackenzie, and an easy stumping in the end, perhaps the easiest stumping he will ever have. Shahid Vieira, and it's 6 wickets to Mavendra Dindial, sorry. What a day he's having with the ball. What a day he's having as well.
If we're looking at this game just as it is, as a game of cricket, a dismissal like that is comical. But when you think of West Indies cricket, and overall, it's actually a very disappointing dismissal, because, I mean, given the situation of the game, yes, it seems like if you're going to lose anyway. But why you're facing a man who is a part-time bowler? He already has 5 wickets, which is already embarrassing enough against your batting team, and you're giving him more wickets. You're not going to say, well, at least you're not going to get me out. You know, you could bowl and out everybody else. You're not going to get me out. And, these are the kind of little things to take pride in. And, these are things that you want to see some more fight from the youngsters in this situation. Don't know what was said to him, because he was very, very talkative when he was on the field. Michael Mackenzie, when he was bowling in particular, he had quite a bit to say to the batsmen. Quite chirpy. So I don't know if they had a few quips back at him. But that was a very, very disappointing dismissal.
So the last man in, Cordell Cook, who I thought had a very good spell earlier. Tall right arm off spinner. Chulai will looking to add to his collection. Hasn't had a wicket so far, surprisingly. Just one of those days. Mavendra Dindial with 6, and your premier spinner, Gulcharan Chulai, yet to really have something in that 4th wicket column.
One may argue that because Chulai is bowling at the other end, that Dindial is getting the wickets because of the pressure of Chulai.
This one is punched out to cover. A bit reluctant at first, both of these batters, to run. But in the end, Tong, he's up and running. Moves on to 2. Score moves on to 124 for 9.
And if you recall earlier in the day, Mackenzie, he did dismiss Dindial in the same fashion, and Dindial has dismissed him now in the same fashion. And at the end of the day, I think Dindial's dismissal then, Dindial's wicket, then would be a better sweeter feeling for him. because he's nearing victory here for Guyana.
This one is turning, missing everything. And they're coming back for a second. Interesting to see the signal of the umpire.
I think the way that Chula is bowling, he's probably bowling too well.
Brian signaling a bye.
Yeah, he's bowling too well. They're not getting close enough to him to get the dismissal. Have you ever seen that in cricket where a man is bowling too well, just not getting the dismissal, just beating everybody's bat?
Into his 8th over July, none for 15. So as you mentioned, nothing in the wickets column for him today. This one is hitting it out to the man there at deep mid wicket, the man of the moment, Dindial. So Crookie's off the mark. Just an update on the other game being played at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago once again, they made 161. Barbados under 19, they're 136 for 5. So a partnership here developing between the captain and Preston Clark. I think Trinidad and Tobago will be better served to dismiss Nathan Seeley if they have to harbour any thoughts of really becoming victorious in that game. This one's a quicker delivery there from Chulai, missing everything. It goes to show again that just hasn't had the luck that maybe he deserved today. This one short for length again. It's quicker through the air. And in the end, well played by Tong. He survives. And Leeward Islands, 28 overs completed, 127 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, and at this stage it is safe to say now, after what has transpired in the last half an hour, so that we will have an early afternoon here at the Park Hill playing field. We were wondering about whether the weather would hold for 100 overs, but it's highly unlikely that this game will need 100 overs based on where we are right now. And again, I said before that, you know, there are some things that have happened today that are comical, but when you really think about it in the grand scheme of things, this is a development tournament for West Indies cricket, and it's really no laughing matter.
Yes, it's the ultimate aim really in terms of seeing the development of these youngsters. We mentioned the processes in terms of moving from the under 15 level, under 17 level, up to the under 19 level. As we see Dindial, the man of the moment indeed, 6 wickets to his name. I'm sure he'll be harboring thoughts of having a 7th.
And I don't think anybody could really hold that against him or even say that, you know, it wouldn't fall into his lap really, based on how he's bowled.
Crook will be hoping that is not the case. This one is quicker. Punches up to the man there at a shortish cover position.
I think the man at slip Thorn needs to look out for something coming his way.
This one, Crook, really not exhibiting a bit of any sort of confidence or any sort of permanence at the crease with that shot. It's a flighted delivery again coming forward, Crook. The spinner himself, an off spinner himself. So he should have some sort of idea of what is coming down.
Well, there's one thing to know what is coming, it's the other thing to play it.
Guyana here searching for their second victory in this tournament. Didn't have the best of tournaments in terms of the two-day format, finishing in those seller positions. But 2 wins from 2, definitely in a good moment in terms of form in this 50-over leg of the tournament. Fighter deliveries hitting this one high. It should be taken easily in the end, and that's the end of the game. A flighted delivery there by Dindial. He takes his 7th wickets, 7 for 24, and the Leeward Islands really succumb to the pressure here this afternoon. They're all out for 127. The Guyana, they win this encounter, and they go 2-0 up in this 50-over leg.
Yeah, they're now 2-0, and maybe the only team that would be in that position, because Trinidad seems as if Barbados will overhaul them today based on what you're seeing happening now down there at Arnesville. And so they will definitely be up in the top position so far in this tournament with a few rounds to go. So congratulations to the Guyana team, commiserations to the Leeward Islands, congratulations to Dindial taking 7 for 24. I don't think if you had told him that he would take 7 for 24 in this competition when he left Guyana that he would have believed you. But there you have it, 7 for 24. We saw early an half century from Tianik Honore. It really was the lone resistance in this innings so far for that we had for the Leeward Islands. And so it's a big win for Guyana. They have won this game by 122 runs.
It's a big win indeed from the Guyanese team. I mentioned that first innings total of 250 was always going to be an imposing one on the Leeward Islands, who haven't had the best of tournaments so far in terms of the bat. And it definitely showed here this afternoon. They were not able to forge any sort of significant partnerships all the way down. We mentioned Honore playing a lone hand for the Leeward Islands. Some of their big players really not standing up here and being counted in this encounter. But well played to the Guyanese, and commiserations, as you mentioned, to the Leeward Islands team. They will have to go back to the drawing boards and get ready for their next encounter.
Yes, and Friday we have some of the games coming up in the next round, which is round 3 of the 50 over competition. You just have that summary of the scorecard there on your screen. So you have all the information that you need there in terms of the vital information in terms of wickets and runs. But on Friday at Arnesville, we'll have Windward Islands taking on the Leeward Islands. Here at Park Hill, we'll have Barbados versus Jamaica. And then at Cumberland, we'll have Trinidad and Tobago taking on Guyana. It should be a quite interesting fixture based on what we have seen here today from the Guyana team. And of course that rivalry, Barbados, Jamaica, and then Windward Islands, Leewards, the whole combined islands rivalry.
Yes, indeed. So more action for you on the way on Friday. And we just want to remind you here in terms of what happened here today. Guyana, they won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. They made 249. And the Leewards, they were dismissed for 127. So that's all we have for you here from the commentary booth here. Alonso Cruikshank, myself, the IFTFX team. We want to say thank you for joining us for coverage today, and we'll see you on Friday.